Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
The Bureau of Foreign Affairs research on Mr. Dragon Sleep's tastes has risen to a strategic level. The analysis department was brightly lit, and various bizarre data models scrolled continuously on a huge screen. Energy spectrum analysis charts. Attribute purity bar charts pollution type label clouds. What? Researchers are trying to find patterns of fuzzy preferences in massive amounts of data, based on cross-comparison of feedback satisfaction curves. High purity single attribute, especially those related to shadow, low temperature, corrosion, and mental interference, received generally high ratings. The energy density threshold has also been preliminarily established. Below grade Bs. It's bizarre that unless the purity is extremely high, the feedback is almost negligible. Recommended target for the next batch, grade A eternal frost. Characterized by absolute low temperature. Purity assessment S, A tier shadow weaver. With the trait shadow manipulation purity rating A+. A meticulously crafted weekly menu was swiftly approved, and the corresponding bizarre items were urgently dispatched. What was delivered to Platform 1 today is Eternal Frost. It was encapsulated in a specially made multi-layered vacuum-insulated container, the exterior of which was covered with a thick layer of dark blue frost that seemed to have never melted. The surrounding air was slightly distorted by its presence, emanating a bone-chilling cold even from a great distance. The staff on the platform could feel the icy cold that made their blood almost freeze. Prepare for delivery, everyone move to a safe distance. Activate maximum power environmental stabilization devices. The voice of Zhang Kai, leader of the feeding team, came through the loudspeaker tinged with tension. When dealing with this level of strangeness, one must never be careless. The massive robotic arm precisely places the sealed container in the designated area in the center of the platform, and then quickly retracts. A familiar dense, almost tangible shadow surged up from beneath the platform, enveloping the jar that emanated extreme cold as if it were alive. This time, the process of devouring seemed to be a little slower than usual. The dark blue frost fiercely resisted the encroachment of the shadow, even freezing some of the shadow into fragile black ice crystals, which emitted a faint cracking sound. But it was only a little resistance. The shadows writhed, growing ever deeper, as if countless fine teeth were grinding and digesting the frigid core within. Ice cream. A few seconds later, the last icy blue light was completely extinguished in the darkness. The specially made container, along with everything else, vanished without a trace. The chill on the platform quickly dissipated. The staff breathed a sigh of relief and began the routine wrap-up work and data recording. Inside the observation station, Lin Wei also kept her eyes glued to the screen waiting for Mr. Dragon Sleep's routine feedback signal. According to the analysis, this kind of premium product with high purity and a single attribute should be able to obtain a high level of customer satisfaction. However, the feedback came a little later than usual. Moreover, it is not simply an emotional signal. A clear mental fluctuation swept across the platform, precisely reaching the consciousness of Lin Wei and several key personnel nearby. The implications are no longer simply satisfaction or average. It is a more complex reflection and evaluation. Immediately afterwards, in the spot where the shadow had just receded in the center of the platform, space distorted slightly, as if something had been spit out. Ding-dong. A crisp sound like an ice bead falling to the ground. A roughly fingernail-sized, irregularly shaped, multifaceted crystal fell onto a metal platform. Its entire body exhibits an extremely pure deep blue color. Inside it seemed as if ice crystal stars were slowly flowing, emitting a soft yet cold glow strangely. Although it emits a low temperature, it does not condense water vapor in the surrounding air. Instead, It gives people a strange feeling that it can encompass all concepts of cold. What's that? Zhang Qi was taken aback. Then immediately ordered all units on alert. Remote sampling robots forward for testing. The small robot cautiously approached. Its robotic arm sensors aligned with the blue crystal. Extremely low temperature detected. But the energy field is abnormally stable, with no radiation leakage, no active reaction. And the structure cannot be analyzed. It is crystalline amorphous. The operator reported with incredulous surprise. It's absorbing the chaotic energy waves floating in the surrounding environment, especially the remnants of mental energy. Lin Wei also received the report, and he immediately gave the orders. Immediately contain it in a top priority inert container. Caution, do not touch it directly without orders. Well-trained staff dressed in protective suits. Use specialized tools to carefully pick up the pale blue crystal and place it in a sealed lead alloy box. Only when the box was completely locked did everyone truly breathe a sigh of relief. Report, the unknown item has been safely contained. Preliminary assessment indicates no immediate danger. Zhang Qi reported, his voice still filled with shock and doubt. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Weithies is. Lin Wei had the deepest understanding of the meaning of that being. Lin Wei stared at the crystal images on the screen, taken from multiple angles, and the vague meaning behind the mental fluctuations she had just experienced echoed in her mind. Beyond the reminiscence, that seemed to be a kind of return gift, or more accurately, residue left over from digestion. But it's not useless residue rather. It's a byproduct with special value, refined through some incomprehensible process. She took a deep breath suppressing her excitement, and replied as calmly as possible, don't panic. This is feedback from Mr. Longmian. Send the items immediately and urgently to the top-level laboratory of the General Bureau's Analysis Department. Repeat, highest security clearance. Inside the top laboratory, a group of the country's leading scientists and paranormal materials scientists surrounded the sealed box, both on high alert and filled with excitement. After undergoing multiple rounds of disinfection and safety checks, the dark blue crystal was placed in a transparent analytical chamber filled with inert gas. Various cutting-edge instruments were aimed at it. Incredible! Its low-temperature properties are completely solidified and locked in, with absolutely no tendency to leak out. It targets specific wavelengths of energy, especially mental pollution and negative emotional energy. It exhibits extremely strong absorption properties. In fact, its structure becomes more stable after absorption. Preliminary tests show that placing it in areas where mental pollution has occurred can effectively and quickly purify the environment. If embedded in protective gear, it might greatly enhance resistance to mental attacks and contamination. This is simply a miracle tool for dealing with certain types of bizarre disasters. The analysis report was quickly placed on the desks of the senior management of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. Zhang Zhengxing looked at the series of words, revolutionary, a breakthrough, and extremely high value on the report and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He recalled a previous meeting where the GOC representative attempted to exchange some intelligence for technology. Now, Mr. Dragon Sleep has merely eaten a strange creature that suits his taste. This casual feedback resulted in a byproduct that is enough to make the international paranormal community envious. The implications of this are profound and awe-inspiring. The balance of value and cooperation is quietly shifting. The food they provide is not only perfectly processed by the other party, but they also provide feedback that is even more valuable. This is no longer a simple waste disposal transaction, but a true win-win situation in fact. The benefits they gain may begin to exceed what they give up. Immediately establish a special research team, codenamed Echo, to specifically study all of Mr. Dragon Sleep's feedback items and their potential applications. Zhang Zhengxing issued an order at the same time. Adjust the recipe to prioritize the supply of high purity, single attributed unusual ingredients. We need to further clarify what kind of food can yield what kind of return. He paused then added, On behalf of the Bureau of Extraterritorial Affairs, we express our sincerest gratitude to Mr. Dragon's Rest. Thank you for his generosity. Deep within the family's territory, Lin Yi received the sentiment of gratitude but did not respond further. He just felt that the snacks tasted really good that time, and the coldness inside was very pure, which he liked very much while digesting. I casually mixed some of the unused and overly chaotic coldness with the noise from the surrounding environment that I absorbed. It condensed into a small thing and went out, like an ice cream stick it needed to be thrown away, so as not to make the room dirty. It seems they quite like these little gifts, If there are still snacks of this quality in the future, perhaps we can pay more attention and see if we can refine them into something different. After all, keeping the room tidy and making the delivery person happy are not bad things for him. It could even motivate them to actively seek out high-quality, nutritional supplements. That makes sense on the other side of the ocean, deep within an underground facility that doesn't exist on any public map. A cold, metallic sheen filled a highly soundproof intelligence room. The air circulation system emitted a barely audible low-frequency hum. Yet it couldn't dispel the heavy and oppressive atmosphere surrounding the long table. This is a safe house belonging to Pandora's Box, PB, the foreign organization that directs operations, fireflies, and ghosts. The so-called Pandora's Box refers to a non-governmental organization. It is invested by capital companies and wealthy individuals who do not trust the state. Its power permeated all aspects of society and was in no way inferior to official forces such as the Lighthouse or the Knights of the Round Table. On one side of the long table sat 3 project managers who had just experienced a devastating failure. On the other side were several senior officials and advisors with stern expressions. Their attire and gazes indicated that they held greater decision-making power. The holographic projector on the desktop is playing the last transmitted image, which is filled with static, and that fragment of perception in the mental recorder, filled with extreme terror and distorted fragmentation. This concludes the results of Operation Spy. The head of the drone project, a balding technical officer with deep eye bags, summarized in a dry voice. Yinghua 1 suddenly lost contact at an altitude of about 12.0 meters above the target area, and all signals disappeared completely within the same microsecond. The final energy readings suggested that the device was instantly annihilated by some incomprehensible powerful energy field. There was no Rekagino explosion. It was as if it had never existed. He paused, then added, his voice trembling slightly. According to our state-of-the-art theoretical models, any known weapon or supernatural phenomenon, it's impossible to destroy fireflies silently and stealthily at this height. Next, the supervisor in charge of the mental infiltrators, a beautiful woman who was pale at the moment. She picked up the conversation, her voice still clearly tinged with lingering fear. The ghost's spiritual body suffered severe damage. Although it barely managed to escape, its core consciousness collapsed. His mental records show that before he went missing, he felt an indescribable ancient gaze and overwhelming mental oppression, accompanied by intense hallucinations of being disintegrated and devoured. According to the assessment, it was fortunate that he was not being traced in reverse. It has left permanent psychological scars, I'm afraid. A deathly silence fell over the intelligence room. The holographic projection was turned off, leaving only a continuously rotating 3D topographic map of the Zhongshan area floating above the desktop. That area marked in deep red resembled a silent, all-consuming wound, so. A silver-haired old man sitting in the main seat slowly spoke. He was one of the highest decision-makers in the PB organization. Codenamed Arbitrators, we lost a state-of-the-art reconnaissance platform worth hundreds of millions, as well as a valuable superhuman. And this is what we got in return. We can't even determine exactly what's in the target area. All you know is that it's dangerous. Dangerous enough to instantly wipe out our most advanced technological creations and drive an experienced infiltrator to a mental breakdown. His voice was calm, But every word pierced the project manager's heart like an icicle. The technical officer swallowed hard. Sir, it wasn't entirely fruitless. We have confirmed at least a few points. First, the target area possesses an extremely powerful active or passive defense mechanism, the technology or principles of which far exceed our current understanding. Second, this defense mechanism is extremely sensitive to any form of spying, whether physical or psychological. Third, its owner, or rather it itself, possesses immeasurable spiritual influence. In addition, the female supervisor added, pulling up a report from the Intelligence Analysis Department. We have learned through other channels that the Huaxia Bureau of Management seems to be unusually excited recently. Unconfirmed reports suggest they received some kind of gift, most likely from Zhongshan, a blue crystal that can efficiently absorb mental pollution, far surpassing the effectiveness of any similar containment object we know of. The mental pollution caused by the Beiming hospital has already begun to be cleaned up. That's where we got our intelligence, a gift. A military advisor scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Was it perhaps a sacrifice, whatever it is? Another bespectacled civilian official calmly retorted, if we obtain it, it could probably solve the core problem of spiritual pollution that has plagued Western Europe for 5 years, since the St. Rene Church incident. If the news is true, its strategic value is immeasurable. This statement caused the meeting room to fall silent once again. Danger and temptation, destructive power, and the potential for enormous benefits. Two completely different perceptions clashed fiercely in everyone's mind. Assessment level, the arbitrator broke the silence. The official in charge of risk assessment immediately replied, based on current intelligence. The target Zhongshan is unknown, tentatively codenamed Existence X, and we recommend an assessment of SSS. SSS class represents an existence that is extremely dangerous, difficult to contain, understand, or predict, and poses a devastating threat to human civilization. However, he shifted his tone, his voice becoming extremely complex. Its thorough purification of the bizarre and the potential for high-value byproducts also make it a potential candidate to become Hope. Hope representing the ability to contain or combat other anomalies, especially SSS-level anomalies, their organization. Pandora was founded to find humanity's hope. Is there an entity that simultaneously possesses the highest level of threat and the highest level of potential utility? A suppressed gasp filled the meeting room. Our options. The arbitrator's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. Option 1, destruction. The military advisor spoke first, his tone firm. Use strategic weapons for a saturation attack and completely wipe the entire Zhongshan area off the map. Risk, it may fail to completely eliminate the target, instead provoking it and triggering unpredictable and catastrophic consequences. And it would inevitably lead to a full-scale war with Daxia. At the same time, the lighthouse might not agree to this decision. Option 2, control. The technical officer adjusted his glasses. Continue to attempt infiltration research and find its weaknesses or methods of control. Risk, it may continue to incur significant costs with no gains, and could even accelerate its growth or provoke its hostility. Option 3, cooperation. The civilian official said slowly, try to engage with Daxia, and with a more equal and open attitude. Seek to share the benefits brought by Existence X. Risk, Daxia will never easily share core secrets, leaving us in a passive position. And we cannot be certain whether Existence X itself possesses a communicable will and attitude. Cooperation. Sharing God's power with those yellow-skinned monkeys. Military advisor Pierre scoffed. Clearly extremely opposed. Watch your words, General. The arbitrator gave him a cold glance. Faced with forces capable of upending the world order, and with a crisis facing humanity, racism is the most foolish stumbling block. He surveyed the room with a sharp gaze. Currently, it seems that options 2 and 3 can be pursued concurrently. Continue to intensify intelligence gathering efforts, employing all indirect offensive means. in an attempt to understand the existence of X. At the same time, we initiated higher-level clandestine contacts with Daxia to probe their bottom line and willingness to cooperate. What about option 1? Someone asked. Option 1. The arbitrator paused for a moment, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes as the final and most unavoidable trump card. Freeze all related proposals until we definitively confirm that they are beyond our control, uncooperative, and that their threat outweighs all benefits. He stood up and made the final ruling, record codename Existence X. SSS level potential hope. Prioritize strategy, infiltration research. Covert contact. Elevate surveillance of the Huaxia Bureau of Surveillance and the Zhongshan area to the highest level. We need more accurate information to decide whether to embrace this Existence X or drag it into hell at all costs. The meeting ended, and everyone left with somber expressions. Only the rotating topographic map of Zhongshan remained suspended in the center of the empty conference room. That deep red expanse was like a giant eye slowly opening, indifferently gazing upon the world. They thought they were assessing an object, a threat. Unbeknownst to Themen, that land they marked as Crimson, the being they named Existence X, never even considered them as an option to be considered. They were just a few flies that were slightly annoying. But harmless, the real choices are never in their hands. The atmosphere at the Paranormal Investigation Agency headquarters. 7 floors underground. Inside the Paranormal Investigation Agency, SPAC, was as heavy as lead. There were no physical roars. No violent fluctuations of energy, but a deeper, more suffocating sense of despair permeated every corner of the quarantine observation area. The target of observation was not a monstrous monster, but a digital video. The video content appears ordinary. A clip from a tourism promotional video filmed in an ancient town shows winding cobblestone paths, rustic house and flowing streams. However, the problem lies with this video 3 days ago. This video began appearing on several small video websites and social media groups. Initially, only a few viewers reported experiencing persistent heart palpitations, insomnia, and uncontrollable recurring images of a specific scene from the video, a close-up of water rippling under a stone bridge, after watching it. Immediately afterwards, the situation deteriorated rapidly. The number of people experiencing symptoms is increasing exponentially, and all patients exhibit the same level of mental distress. Compulsive recollection of images of water ripples, severe anxiety, and an inexplicable fear of moving water. Some people even began to exhibit self-harm tendencies, unconsciously drawing water ripple patterns on their skin with the tip of a knife. What's even more frightening is that this influence seems to spread through cognition itself. Not only watching the original video, but also hearing others describe the video content in detail, or seeing the patterns drawn by the patient, can lead to infection. Metroid-type psychological pollution. Codenamed Ripples, the chief analyst, a pale-faced young woman wearing glasses, reported in a dry voice. The source of the pollution has been identified as this video. Specifically, the water ripple shot from 3 minutes 17 seconds to 3 minutes 25 seconds in the video. The number of people affected has now exceeded 5,000. And the spread is accelerating. Conventional methods of psychological defense are extremely ineffective. Physically deleting the source file online can only slow down the spread, not eradicate it, because cognition itself has become a carrier of transmission. On the conference room screen, the image of that deadly water ripple was frozen in time. The seemingly clear flowing water, in the eyes of those in the know, exudes an eerie and ominous aura. Containment plan. The minister in charge of the operation asked in a deep voice, his brow furrowed, extremely difficult. The chief analyst shook his head. It has no physical form, not even a stable energy structure. It's more like a reinforced concept or curse, existing in relation to information. We tried impacting the storage device with a strong energy field, which resulted in the energy field itself being slightly contaminated. Attempts to cover it up with psychological suggestion actually accelerated its mutation rate. The only effective method at present is to isolate all infected individuals, provide intensive psychological stabilization treatment, and strictly control information. But this is almost impossible to achieve completely. There will always be new gaps in the information network. It cannot be transported, touched, or destroyed by conventional means. Like an invisible ghost, it is spreading quietly through the internet and word of mouth. What about physically destroying the storage device? Someone suggested he tried. But as long as you know that this video ever existed, or even know that there is such a video that shouldn't be watched, you could become a new potential source of infection. It has already left its mark on the information level. The analyst's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Unless we can make all relevant people in the world simultaneously forget about it, or fundamentally erasure the concept of this information itself. This is clearly beyond the current capabilities of the Special Administration Bureau. The meeting room was deathly silent. Faced with this intangible and intangible enemy, almost all past experience in dealing with physical and bizarre creatures became ineffective. Minister Lin Wei's holographic image appeared in the corner of the conference room. He had been listening in the background the whole time. Perhaps we can try asking Mr. Dragon Sleep for help. The minister paused. But the target has no physical form. How can it be fed? Moreover, this kind of meme contamination is extremely dangerous. What if it gets contaminated during transmission? We don't need to transmit entities. Lin Wei analyzed calmly, based on previous experience. Mr. Dragon Sleep's power seems to be able to touch deeper levels of rules and can devour data. We can move the entire isolated server storing this video to Platform 1. He doesn't need to consume the entity. He only needs to dispose of the information or the curse it carries. This is a bold proposal fraught with uncertainty. But for now, there seems to be no better option. The plan was quickly approved. This is different from the previous bizarre non-physical data. The others have media or entities such as CDs, indicating that the data has already been successfully contained. But this information exists all over the world and has not been contained at all. Under the highest level of isolation measures, the server containing a portion of Ripple was sealed in layers and escorted by a special operations team to Zhongshan. The Platform 1, the server was placed in the center, with a fiber optic cable running from the isolation box to a specially designed display screen that was the only one capable of playing that video. The screen was enveloped by a high-intensity energy barrier. All staff members were evacuated to a safe distance and observed remotely. Lin Wei stood inside the observation post, took a deep breath, concentrated her mind, and sent a clear plea to the depths of the family compound. It wasn't about feeding them but rather asking for help, explaining the characteristics and dangers of the Ripple curse. Deep within the territory of his family, Lin Yi's consciousness was awakened by this anxious and urgent thought. This stuff is quite interesting. Without a physical form or an energy core, it's more like a distorted piece of information. A self-replicating mental virus. A concept that exists everywhere. By sensing the screen shrouded in a barrier, Lin Yi saw the water ripples. It does indeed contain a coercive spiritual force, like a constantly repeating, malicious program code attempting to be written into all conscious entities that observe it. This hardly qualifies as food. The energy is too diluted and dispersed, making it more like a plate of sand laced with poison. But the inherent characteristics of coercion, replication, and concept attachment piqued his interest in exploring them. How to consume a piece of information, a concept. Lin Yi's power spread out, but it did not condense into a shadow to envelop the physical entity as usual. This time the unseen force leans more towards covering, rewriting, and absorbing. Like an invisible spiderweb, they gently covered the cursed image of the water, penetrating deep into the information it carried. In his perception, that ripple was no longer a scene, but a distorted symbol constantly trying to spread outward. His power began to analyze this symbol, understanding the spiritual poison and replication logic it constituted. Then instead of destroying it overwrite its definition. The water image on the screen began to distort, its color deepening, as if it had transformed from a clear stream into a dark, deep sea. The rhythm of the repetitive ripples gradually changed, becoming slower and heavier, until finally it seemed to solidify into the massive scale patterns of some ancient creature. At the same time, a faint but clear thought, following Lin Yi's power, flowed back into the rewritten information, covering the original coercion and malice. The newly injected meaning is silence, forgetting, and returning to nothingness. After doing all this, Lin Yi withdrew his power. That meager amount of malicious energy that was stripped away dissipated in the process. Not even enough to fill a tooth gap on the platform. People watched intently in front of remote monitoring screens. They saw the screen inside the barrier distort violently. The deadly water waves seemed to transform into some darker, more static pattern before the screen suddenly went black. The player overheated and burned out. The operator exclaimed, "No, that's not right." Quickly check the source files on the isolated server. The chief analyst ordered immediately. The technician remotely connected to the server, quickly checked it and then exclaimed incredulously, "Report the source file is still there. However, its content verification code has been completely changed. The file size is the same, but the internal data seems to have been completely rewritten." Rewritten by what? Analyze the new document immediately. Highest security protocols, a few minutes later. The preliminary analysis results came in. The new file is still a video of water ripples, but the water in the video has become pitch black, and the ripples are slow and almost still. Watching it for a long time will only make people feel extremely calm and drowsy, and even forget after repeated playback tests. No psychological pollution effect was found. Even more shockingly, they played this new ripple video on several people with mild symptoms. As a result, the patient reported that the original terrifying image of the water wave kept replaying in their mind. It was gradually covered and replaced by this new, tranquil black waters. Their anxiety symptoms were significantly relieved. He didn't delete it. Li Yun murmured, her face filled with shock and awe. He modified it, he rewrote the very concept of that curse. This is far more unbelievable than simply destroying a physical entity. What level of power does this represent? Upon receiving this information, Lin Wei breathed a long sigh of relief, while a deeper chill and a sense of relief swept down her spine. She once again expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the families in the area. Deep within the family compound, Lin Yi sensed their shock and gratitude. Edit some information, something like that. It's like fixing a piece of faulty code, or turning an article full of vicious curses into a dry and boring instruction manual. It's no big deal, however. This kind of conceptual dessert is too bland in taste. But the process is more interesting than simply eating it. Maybe we can have more in the future. Like a finely crafted food toy. Lin Yi's thoughts wandered aimlessly, his consciousness sinking once again into that endless whispering and digestion. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Heterogeneous Control updated its assessment report on Dragon's sleep overnight, adding a new ability highlighted in red after the Devour ability. Conceptual interference suspected. Level unaccessible as time goes by. The Zhongshan family settlement is quietly changing at a speed that defies common sense. The observation station established by the Bureau of Separate Management recorded all of this. The energy concentration in the air continues to rise slowly, tending towards a stable yet active enrichment state. The twisted and bizarre plants grew ever more lush, their faint glow weaving into a hazy and dangerous neon light in the perpetual twilight. The ground was no longer just soil or rock occasionally. One would step on a kind of elastic, fungal carpet-like substance, beneath which seemed to pulsate slowly. But what's most eye-catching are the little things that have started to appear frequently in the observation lenses. They vary in appearance. Most are small in size, somewhere between insects and small mammals, but are by no means any known organisms in nature. Some resemble six-legged lizards covered in shadowy scales, moving silently and capable of gliding short distances in solid shadows. Some resemble clumps of luminescent moss and twisted branches, slowly crawling across the ground or rock face, leaving behind brief, shimmering trails of slime in their wake. Others resembled translucent, jellyfish-like floating objects, appearing and disappearing in the dim light of the forest, trailing delicate energy tentacles. The observatory named these things dragon sleep derivatives, internally codenamed gluttonous kin initially. They were simply considered part of the unique ecological environment of their habitat, like insects in the rainforest. But soon the observers noticed something unusual. The behavior patterns of these clansmen were clearly purposeful. A small, six-legged lizard-like kin regularly traverses the forest along a fixed route. Their compound eyes gleam with a faint red light as they warily scan their surroundings. Like a well-trained patrol, several moss clumps of their kind are attracted by the extremely small amount of eerie energy, debris left behind after the feeding platform has been cleaned. They slowly gather around it, decompose and absorb the energy, as if they are completing a cleaning task. On one occasion, an unmanned reconnaissance robot near the core area of the dependent settlement broke down due to a malfunction. The camera captured several incredibly strong, monstrous beetle-like creatures working together to laboriously drag a strange, faintly energetic fragment of bone scattered nearby, towards the core area, as if performing some kind of sacrifice or transport. An even more impressive scene unfolded a week earlier. A research team from the local government was granted permission to enter the outskirts of the dependent settlement to collect samples. They wore the highest level of protective gear and moved with extreme caution. However, as they tried to approach a strange mushroom radiating intense energy fluctuations, a dozen pairs of scarlet compound eyes silently emerged from the surrounding shadows of the forest. The six-legged lizards did not roar threateningly or attack. They simply surrounded them silently, a cold, repulsive aura pressed down like an invisible wall, preventing the research team from advancing any further. Only when the squad leader realized the problem and decisively ordered a retreat did those crimson eyes slowly sink into the shadows and disappear. They weren't wandering aimlessly. They seemed to be performing some kind of duty. Patrol the territory, clear away impurities, transport energy materials, and warn and expel unauthorized intruders. The underlying message of all these actions is self-evident. They are carrying out his will. At the special reporting meeting, Lin Wei reached this thrilling yet inspiring conclusion. Although Mr. Dragon's Rest never explicitly issued any orders, the very existence of these familiars and their collective behavioral patterns perfectly maintained the order of their territory and served him. What does this mean? A senior executive asked. This means, another analyst interjected, his tone filled with astonishment, that Mr. Dragon's Rest's control over this area no longer relies solely on his physical perception and power projection. He possessed extended hands and feet and a rudimentary, efficient management system. He didn't even need to think. These retinues instinctively did what was good for him. Can we interact with these families? Zhou Ping was more concerned with practical issues. I've tried. It's extremely difficult, replied the researcher responsible for maintaining a safe distance from the family members. They seem to have a way of communicating that we can't understand. We don't get a direct response to any signals we send them: light, sound, energy fluctuations. They only react to two things. First, energy changes within their territory, and second, they seem to directly receive some kind of low-level command from Mr. Dragon's Rest. However, the researcher added, we observed that if we intentionally leave some harmless, low-energy waste, the cleaning crews sometimes come to deal with it. This can be considered an extremely limited, one-way interactions. A moment of silence fell over the meeting room. Everyone was processing the shock of this information. that being without even showing his face or speaking. His territory began to function on its own, establishing a basic ecosystem and rules, and even servants to uphold those rules. He is gradually transforming from a powerful individual into the core of a system. Deep within the territory of his family, Lin Yi's consciousness was half immersed in digestion and whispering, while vaguely perceiving everything that was happening on this land. Were those little creatures naturally created from the energy I released after devouring and digesting them? Merging with this land, it's somewhat like a byproduct of metabolism or cell differentiation. They are very small, and their energy reactions are negligible. But their existence gave Lin Yi a strange sense of convenience. Just like the body has immune cells and autonomic nerves, it can automatically deal with invading bacteria and regulate local circulation without the brain having to consciously direct it. Lin Yi could sense that they were instinctively maintaining the purity of this place, gathering up the scattered fragments of weak energy that he was too lazy to absorb, and expelling things that did not belong here. That's good. It saved him a tiny, insignificant amount of energy. Lin Yi even unconsciously conveyed a vague inclination for those food-delivering bugs that try to intrude into your territory. Simply drive them away. There's no need to destroy them. Collect anything that contains energy. They seem to receive and execute the commands perfectly. That's why those humans weren't killed outright. Therefore, Lin Yi stopped paying attention to them, letting them live and move about in this increasingly strange land, becoming his most basic senses and tentacles, truly controlling the whole situation without leaving home. Meanwhile, he continued to enjoy the delivery service, basking in the pleasure of his slowly growing power. The latest log from the Bureau of Irregularities Observation Station records: the frequency of family reunification activities increased by 15%, and 2 new species were observed. The behavioral pattern has become more stable, suggesting an increased synchronization rate with the will of the dragon sleep entity. Recommendation: increase the level of observation and attempt to establish a more systematic family behavior model. Warning: no one may cross the 3rd warning line without authorization to avoid provoking hostile reactions from the local clan. The god of Zhongshan no longer dwells alone. His servants began to cry. Geneva, United Nations Headquarters Building. The meeting room usually used for discussions on climate, health and human rights was unusually solemn and serious today. Hanging behind the podium was not the UN emblem, but a temporary, abstract symbol representing the Interim Coordinating Committee for Global Paranormal Affairs, a broken earth partially surrounded by olive branches. Those sitting below the stage were not ordinary diplomats, but mostly representatives or special advisors from secret departments of various countries dealing with supernatural affairs. Each of them had a serious expression, and their eyes held scrutiny and vigilance. The meeting agenda has now reached the stage of global information sharing and collaborative response to paranormal phenomena. It was the lighthouse representative's turn to speak. He was a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His name was Richard Shaw, and his tone was steady yet carried an undeniable force. In conclusion, paranormal phenomena pose a common threat to humanity, and their uncertainty and destructive power far exceed national borders. Information barriers are security barriers. Xiao adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the seats of the Huxia delegation from behind the lenses, his tone becoming more meaningful. We have noted that recently, some member states in the Asia-Pacific region have made remarkable progress in addressing certain anomalous entities. A very slight commotion immediately arose in the venue, and many eyes were subtly cast in the direction of the Huxia delegation. Xiao continued: the principless risks, and even potential applications of this ability to completely handle anomalous entities are all related to the safety of all mankind. In accordance with the spirit of the interim framework for cooperation on paranormal affairs, we call on member states that possess relevant key information to demonstrate due international responsibility and transparency. Sharing relevant data and research progress is crucial to avoid misjudgments. and even regional or global crises. That may result from information asymmetry. Beneath the high-sounding rhetoric lies undisguised pressure and demands. This is almost tantamount to directly naming Daxia and demanding that it reveal the secrets of Zhongshan and Longmian. The spotlight shone on Zhou Ping, the chief representative of the Huxia delegation. His face was calm even with a slight composed smile. As he slowly stood up, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao and his delegation for your concern." Zhou Ping's voice, delivered clearly through simultaneous interpretation, was neither arrogant nor humble. "First, I must correct a misconception. All supernatural events within Daxia's territory fall under the scope of our internal affairs and core national security interests, and brook no foreign interference. The measures we take in accordance with our national laws and conditions have the primary and sole purpose of protecting the lives and property of our people and maintaining social stability." This is beyond doubt. He paused, his gaze calmly sweeping across the room, and continued, "Secondly, regarding Mr. Xiao's mention of information sharing. We have always maintained an open and cooperative attitude and actively participated in cooperation under the GSC framework. However, cooperation must be based on mutual respect, equality, and mutual benefit, rather than the unilateral demands and even accusations that some countries are accustomed to. We have indeed accumulated some unique experience and techniques in handling specific anomalies." Zhou Ping said, his tone slightly more forceful. "But these experiences and technologies are valuable achievements obtained through the tremendous efforts and sacrifices of our country's scientific researchers and frontline workers. I would like to ask everyone here, which country would readily and transparently disclose its highest-level technological achievements, which are crucial to its own strategic security, to the public without conditions?" Silence fell over the audience. Representatives from many small countries had shifty eyes. They were eager to learn about Daxia's methods to deal with their own crises, yet uneasy about the power struggles between major nations. Xiao's expression darkened slightly, and he tried to interject, "Representative Zhou." "This is not." Zhu Ping didn't give him a chance. He raised his voice, his tone remaining calm, yet revealing an unprecedented confidence and toughness. "Finally, regarding the so-called risks and global crises. On the contrary, it is precisely because my country has taken effective and responsible measures that it has successfully handled multiple high-risk and abnormal entities. This has greatly reduced the potential risks and volatility that the region and even the world may face. Our actions have brought real peace and stability. Not crisis." He looked sharply at Xiao. "On the contrary, some countries have repeatedly attempted to infiltrate our country's sensitive areas by illegal means to conduct reconnaissance, and have even resorted to despicable methods to discover our territory. This kind of behavior is the real risk-creating and provocative act that undermines the foundation of international cooperation. We possess conclusive evidence of this and reserve the right to take all necessary measures." These words shocked the entire audience. Many delegates looked surprised and turned to look at the Lighthouse delegation. They never expected that Daxia would expose this matter so directly and forcefully on the international stage. Xiao's face instantly turned ugly. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refute. But under Zhou Ping's resolute and sharp gaze, he could only stiffly say, "This is a baseless accusation. We have always abided by international law and the GSC framework. Whether it's baseless or not, you and I both know perfectly well." Zhou Ping interrupted him, calmly sitting down again. "We adhere to our principles. Cooperation is welcome. Pressure is ineffective. And our bottom line cannot be crossed. Details regarding specific technologies are top secret and cannot be disclosed. However, if certain anomalies do pose a substantial threat to the global situation, we are willing to conduct targeted and limited technical support consultations within the association's framework, based on the principles of equality and respect." The meeting concluded in a delicate and tense atmosphere. The Huxia delegation's tough stance and direct revelations caught the U.S. off guard and made it clear to all countries a fact. In the realm of the supernatural, Daxia seems to possess a formidable trump card that can support its tough stance. When the news reached Daxia, although the details were not made public, the news that my country's representatives strongly responded to the unreasonable demands of a certain major power at the International Conference on Paranormal Affairs still circulated vaguely. Given the recent rumors of a significant decrease in reports of bizarre incidents in Daxia, a vague feeling has arisen among the public. The country seems to be gaining more and more confidence in dealing with these strange things. The source of this confidence lies quietly nestled in the shadow of Zhongshan, utterly uninterested in the turmoil in the distant conference room, simply awaiting the arrival of the next feast. His very existence has already begun to shake up the WORLD's Chinese letter, Jeju. A concept encompassing the overall structure and overall structure. Food delivered this time was quite special. It is encapsulated in a specially made lead zirconium alloy container, and the outer layer is covered with multiple energy suppression talismans. Even through such tight protection, one could still sense an ancient and somber aura emanating from it. It's not like those eerie creatures of the past, baring their fangs and radiating violent energy. It's more like a silent tombstone, bearing witness to too much time and despair. The report from the Bureau of Excavation indicates that it was discovered during the excavation of an early Western Zhou dynasty tomb, and was not a burial object, but rather an uninvited guest that seemed to be parasitizing the core of the tomb. Its appearance resembles a charred-twisted animal bone, but its material is unknown, and it feels icy cold to the touch. It can slowly absorb the life force of the surroundings and spread a sense of sorrow and death that causes the mind to sink. Conventional physical and energy attacks have minimal effect and will trigger a stronger mental backlash. They named it the Core of Sorrow, and its danger level was tentatively set at A. The transportation process was carried out with extreme care, for fear of causing uncontrollable consequences. But when the collection container was placed on the feeding platform, the air in the territories seemed to freeze slightly for a moment. The normally restless small clansmen were unusually quiet, surrounding the platform from a distance. Their scarlet compound eyes or eerily glowing sensory organs focused on the lead gray container. Lin Yi's consciousness was drawn in, not because of the immense energy it contains, while it is indeed much more refined and richer than everyday desserts. It is precisely because of the profound, unique message it contains. Like a seemingly ordinary dish, it uses extremely complex and rare spices. Shadowy tendrils spread out, easily piercing through the special alloy and energy barrier, and wrapping around the charred beast bones. The moment of contact was not a fierce energy confrontation, but a deeper absorption like sinking into an icy sea. The energy was absorbed smoothly, bringing a comfortable warmth, but at the same time, some broken, bizarre fragments also flowed into his perception through this absorption. An Endel's gray sky-twisted, withered branches reaching towards the heavens like desperate arms. The earth riddled with cracks-oozing black pus, a non-human. Age-old wail echoed in the wind not through the ears, but directly tearing at the soul, a colossal, indescribable shadow writhed across the shattered landscape, leaving everything in its wake to turn to the same ashen grayness and death. As if it itself were the embodiment of the end, scattered. Flickering images, creatures dressed in ancient linen flee in terror, their settlements easily swallowed by the bleak shadow. Their fear and despair solidified and absorbed, becoming part of that shadow. A chilling realization, this core of desolation is not the true entity, but merely a residue or scale, shed from the immense shadow after it has devoured too much life and negative emotions. It carries a negligible amount of the original body's power and a large number of memories of death. Finally, there was an extremely blurry yet unsettling, distant view in some distant abyss where the Earth's veins have fractured. Something seems to slumber that is older and more immense than this shadow. A massive slowly pulsating core, seemingly one of the sources of all the eeriness. These fragments are scattered and disordered, like broken lenses, and are filled with strong negative emotional imprints. But for Lin Yi, These were merely pieces of information to accompany his meal. With a little effort, he could peel away the useless emotional impurities and extract the useful data. It tastes good. It's rich in energy and packed with novel information. Lin Yi digested and absorbed it completely with satisfaction, leaving not even a trace of residue. Outside the platform, researchers and officials from the Bureau of Foreign Affairs were nervously monitoring all the data. They saw the shadowy tentacles envelop the container, saw the energy readings plummet and then drop to zero, and saw the unsettling, desolate fluctuations vanish completely. Everything went smoothly. He solved the problem easily once again. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to proceed with the post-event environmental testing, Lin Wei, the special envoy who had been standing quietly to the side and responsible for communicating with Longmian, suddenly shuddered slightly. Her gaze momentarily became unfocused, her brows furrowed, as if she were trying to listen to something, or perhaps resisting some intrusive information. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Wei slowly exhaled, her face somewhat pale, as countless unknown messages flooded her mind. Mystery was speaking to her. She quickly took out her personal recording device and began to dictate, her voice trembling slightly. Record after Dragon's sleep devoured its target. It provided very fragmented feedback, but I've tried my best to summarize it. He described a desolate world, a colossal, moving shadow that devours life and spreads despair like a fragment of some kind of record. He mentioned the Western Zhou dynasty's escape and being swallowed up. He mentioned that what he had just devoured was merely a remnant of that enormous shadow. Finally, Lin Wei's breathing became somewhat rapid. He mentioned a place that might be the source. A deep abyss with a huge sleeping core. The exact location cannot be determined. The information is very vague. After the recording was completed, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone understands what this means. Dragon's sleep can not only devour the supernatural, but also read the information and even memories carried by them. Information about other strange occurrences. Information about possible sources of these strange occurrences. This is no longer a simple matter of garbage disposal. It's an invaluable source of intelligence. More importantly, it might be able to prevent or even end the occurrence of strange occurrences. Send the record back to headquarters immediately. Highest encryption level, the person in charge reacted. His voice hoarse with excitement. Analysis team. Immediately compare existing ancient records and anomaly reports to find records related to moving shadows and the abyss. And also, he looked at Special Envoy Lin Wei, his eyes burning with fervor. Try to express your gratitude to Mr. Dragon's Rest and ask if he can provide more details about that core or shadow. Special Envoy Lin Wei tried her best to concentrate and convey her gratitude and inquiries. But this time, only a calm and contented whisper came from the depths of the family's territory, like a lazy murmur after a full meal. With no further clear information in response, clearly. For Taudi, sharing this information was perhaps unintentional. It might have been a casual gesture born of a good mood, but it's certainly not a service that can be demanded at will. Even so, that's enough. The top brass of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs were utterly shocked by this discovery. They originally thought they had a powerful cleaner and guardian. It has only now been discovered that they may possess a being capable of peering into the deepest secrets of the world. How to better feed information to obtain possible feedback, and how to interpret fragmented information, immediately became one of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs' top research priorities. However, there lies the giant shadow in the unknown lands and the core in the abyss. It was like a heavy dark cloud hanging over the hearts of all those who knew the truth. Could that be the source of the strangeness? Could that be the end of everything? The world appears to be darker and more complex than they imagined. And the existence atop Zhongshan Mountain may be the only way to illuminate this dark fog. Lin Wei stood on the alloy platform extending from the observation station, gazing at the increasingly strange and beautiful land ahead. A perpetual twilight-like glow enveloped the area, and the strangely shaped, luminous plants flickered on and off like breaths. An indescribable energy permeated the air, both unsettling and strangely peaceful. She had lost count of how many times she had stood here, carrying out her duties as a messenger for Dragon's Rest. Day after day, week after week. But what has changed is herself. She still vividly remembers how she felt when she first set foot on this land. It was a deep-seated fear, an instinctive tremor at the sight of an unknown behemoth. Every creeping shadow, every whisper made her heart stop, and cold sweat soaked through the lining of her protective suit. Relying on strict discipline and professional ethics, she forced herself to complete every communication, record every feeding and convey every message. Back in her dormitory on the edge of the dependents' quarters, she often needed sedatives to fall asleep, her dreams filled with endless darkness and twisted shadows. I don't know when it started, but the fear began to fade. Is it because I'm used to it? Perhaps. When you witness that indescribable entity effortlessly devouring the terrifying and bizarre creatures that put the entire Bureau of Eccentricities on high alert, as if it were just garbage, your shock and fear will gradually become numb. But Lin Wei knew it wasn't just a habit. It is a deeper, more subtle form of adaptation. Or, to put it another way, assimilation. She began to be able to discern the extremely subtle differences in that perpetual background whisper. No longer was it just chaotic noise. She could vaguely sense the subtle emotions contained within it. Satisfaction with the foodist pleasure at being disturbed, and even the languor after a full meal. She couldn't understand the specific vocabulary, but she could intuitively grasp the general mood of that great being. Her body also underwent changes, due to prolonged exposure to the abnormal energy field of her family's home. The medical department of the Bureau of Extraterritorial Affairs regularly conducts the most rigorous physical examinations on her. Data shows that her cell activity is significantly enhanced. Her metabolic rate is abnormal, and she exhibits remarkable resistance to various known forms of mental pollution and meme harm. Even her five senses became more acute, especially in dark environments, where her vision was almost unaffected, allowing her to clearly capture the movements of the tiny creatures in the shadows. The most noticeable change was in her eyes. The once ordinary brown pupils now faintly glow with a shadowy purple light in dim light, as if reflecting the faint glow of the familiar land. The Foreign Affairs Bureau is paying close attention to this, feeling both worried and excited. The concern lies in the unknown impact, while the excitement stems from the fact that this could be a model for humanity, adapting to and even utilizing such a supernatural environment. They equipped Lin Wei with more sophisticated monitoring equipment to record all her physiological and psychological data. Lin Wei herself felt it even more deeply. She found herself becoming increasingly less resistant to, and even dependent on Thai's environment. When she returns to a normal city environment, she finds it noisy. It wasn't the noise, but the feeling of barrenness, a lack of energy that made her uncomfortable. She began to long to return to Zhongshan, to that shadowy place where she felt a strange sense of belonging and security. Her attitude towards Taudi gradually shifted from pure awe to an indescribable, almost distorted devotion. She remained professional and calm, completing all her tasks efficiently, but deep down, she no longer saw it as an abnormal entity that needed to be guarded against and exploited, but rather as something more sublime. It is a sanctuary, a source of purification and a symbol almost divine. She began to subconsciously protect the interests of the gluttonous beast. During an internal meeting, a researcher proposed a plan that might attract the Taudi, a mythical beast. She almost instinctively objected, her tone carrying a protective undertone that she herself was unaware of. No, this plan might cause dragon sleep discomfort. After she finished speaking, she was stunned for a moment. How did she know that he would be unwell? It was just a strong intuition, a resonance born from long-term immersion at this moment. She stood on the platform, feeling the comforting energy fluctuations flowing in the air. She could hear the gentle, contented whispers coming from the distant core area, like the peaceful breathing of a sleeping giant. She could see several six-legged, lizard-like creatures silently gliding across the shadowy rocks not far away, carrying out their endless patrols occasionally. They would raise their scaly heads, their scarlet compound eyes gazing in her direction. What used to terrify Lin Wei now, could she detect a hint of approval in that cold gaze? Or rather, ignore it. Because she has been marked by the atmosphere of this land. She is considered part of the harmless. She raised her hand and looked at her fingertips. In the dim light of the family's home, the skin seemed to become even whiter and smoother, and the blood vessels beneath the skin faintly shimmered with a faint energy glow. The fear has long since vanished, leaving behind a deep sense of connection. A distorted dependence and devotion. She is Lin Wei, a special envoy from the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. But she also listens to divine pronouncements, serving as a mortal before the divine realm. She knew she could never go back to the past. Both body and soul have long been marked with the dragon's sleep mark, and she doesn't seem to reject this change. A new, expectant wave emanated from the core area. Lin Wei immediately composed herself. Her professional skills allowed her to instantly determine that the next batch of feeding was about to arrive. She took a deep breath of the energy-rich air, turned and walked towards the control panel, her eyes calm and focused at a fleeting, shadowy purple light flashing deep within her pupils. The work continues. Following the assessment meeting of the Pandora's Box (PB) organization, the decision-makers ultimately chose a seemingly conservative but deadly strategy: infiltration research and covert contact in parallel. But for certain more active purgers within the organization, simply waiting and testing the waters is unbearable. In particular, Daxia has not shown any desire to communicate. Their fear of the existence of X is growing. Fearing they would become demons unleashed by humanity, they decided to strike first. Since direct reconnaissance is too costly and a direct confrontation is too risky, so why not use someone else to do the dirty work? A plan codenamed Poison Bait was secretly put into the agenda and quickly approved through a special method. It was planned by military advisor Pierre. The core of the plans, they carefully selected an extremely dangerous, highly unstable high-level anomaly, subjected it to some kind of imperceptible processing, and then through clandestine channels, helped the Huaxia Anomaly Management Bureau capture it, and naturally sent it to Zhongshan. Regardless of the outcome, it will be beneficial for PB. Ideally, it should severely damage or even destroy the so-called dragon's sleep. At the very least, it should deplete the power of the Daxia Bureau of Foreign Affairs and test the limits and weaknesses of Dragon Sleep's handling capabilities. At the very least, it should cause some trouble for the Huxia people. Their chosen target is the heart-eating devil's taro. This is a plant-type anomaly assessed as Grade B. It typically appears as a huge brightly colored, purplish-black arum flower, emitting a cloyingly sweet fragrance that can cause mental confusion. Its core ability is to absorb life force and spiritual energy within its range, and it can do so when threatened. The accumulated energy is released instantly in an extremely violent manner, forming a devastating mental shock and a life-absorbing aura that is extremely difficult to control. PB's expert team modified a contained sample of the heart-eating Amorphophallus. They injected trace amounts of a strange, Class B unknown active catalytic enzyme unearthed from some ruins into its root system. This catalytic enzyme is extremely stealthy and almost undetectable by conventional detection methods. Its function is to greatly amplify the plant's energy, making the energy of the heart-eating Amorphophallus unstable and aggressive. When stimulated by energy of a specific frequency, its internal energy cycle will overload and collapse, triggering a violent explosion far exceeding normal levels. These two bizarre explosions can even demonstrate a reality-altering ability comparable to an S-class power. While it may not necessarily kill the enemy, it can cause fluctuations in the overall interference of Zhongshan. They are using satellites to conduct a comprehensive scan. Once we know what X is, We can continue to put pressure on Daxia. The plan is proceeding smoothly. An accidental intelligence leak brought the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs to the attention of the heart-eating aromatic flower that had appeared in a remote mountainous area. After a hard-fought capture, this dangerous and bizarre plant was successfully contained and, due to its high energy level and difficult-to-handle characteristics, was placed on the priority list for feeding to Zhongshan. Although Daxia has very strict entry and exit controls, this world is full of strange phenomena for Pandora, who has taken in a spatial anomaly. Traveling to other places is far too easy. Several days later, the specially made transport capsule containing the heart-eating konjac was placed steadily on the one feeding platform at the Zhongshan family compound. Even through the thick containment chamber walls, the eerie outline of the flower and the faint, unsettling sweet fragrance it emitted, it still left the staff on the platform feeling a sense of unease and drain. All the readings from the monitoring instruments indicate that this is an extremely unstable and dangerous entity. Prepare for delivery. All personnel at maximum protection. Stabilize the field to maximum power. Zhang Qi's voice was more serious than ever before. He always felt that the energy fluctuations of this thing were too strong. The robotic arm placed the containment capsule in place and then quickly withdrew. A dense shadow arrived as expected, enveloping the containment pod that exuded an ominous aura. However, this time, the movement of the shadow seemed to slow down by an extremely subtle degree. Deep within the territory of his family, Lin Yi's consciousness stirred slightly. This time the energy level is good. And it smells quite fragrant too. The scent is a mixture of chaotic spiritual energy and life force, somewhat like a strong-smelling cheese bud. The taste is a bit off. Besides its inherently sweet and rotten smell, it also seemed to have a very faint, yet unusually sharp, strange taste mixed in. It's like a drop of strong, pungent chili oil that doesn't belong in a bowl of sweet soup. This slight spiciness itself has extremely weak energy. Almost negligible, but it's like a poisonous thorn, trying to disrupt the structure of the food itself, making it more aggressive, more unstable. Who poisoned his nutritional meal? It's not so much the poison is aimed at him, but rather, it's more like the intention to make this food explode when he eats it. Or will it become unpalatable? Does someone know that I don't like adding chili to my sweet soup? A very slight sense of displeasure swept through Lin Yi's consciousness. It's like seeing a fly land on carefully prepared food. Lin Yi did not stop devouring. This little trick isn't enough to pose a threat to him at most. It just makes the meal taste a bit worse. It takes a little more effort to remove those discordant impurities. The power of the shadows coalesced slightly, becoming even more profound. They are not only consuming the energy of the heart-eating arum. The catalytic enzyme and the unstable energy structure it caused were forcibly stripped, neutralized, and annihilated by a more fundamental force before they could reach the core of the shadow. In the end, the heart-eating devil's tongue, along with that little bit of impurity, was transformed into pure energy and absorbed by me. The process was uneventful, even easier than dealing with some of the more unpredictable but lower energy monsters. Seeing the shadows recede and everything return to normal, Zhang Qi breathed a sigh of relief and began recording. Feeding complete. The target heart-eating devil's tongue has been devoured by Mr. Dragon's sleep. The process was stable, with no abnormal energy leakage. But at that moment, a clear mental fluctuation was transmitted into Lin Wei's consciousness. This fluctuation is no longer the satisfaction, average, or reminiscent feeling of the past, but carries a clear sense of unease, questioning, and displeasure. It's as if they're asking, is there a problem with the quality of the food you delivered? At the same time, within that spiritual fluctuation, there was also a very faint trace of information remaining, a separated piece of impurity. A sharp, discordant energy signature with obvious artificial traces. Lin Wei's expression changed instantly. The information about Taudi was very abstract. But somehow she immediately understood what it meant. She wasn't a technician and couldn't immediately analyze what the impurity was. But she clearly received Dragon Slumber's dissatisfaction, and the message that the impurity was definitely not a natural product. Stop all finishing work immediately. Lin Wei growled into the communicator, her voice more stern than ever before. Platform completely locked down. All personnel remain on standby and are prohibited from accessing the central area of the platform. Notify the General Administration's Analysis Department. Highest priority, Mr. Longmian reports that the feed contained non-natural contamination. We need the most thorough reverse analysis. The news traveled back to the headquarters of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs like a bolt of lightning. The entire top echelon of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs was alarmed. Unnatural contamination. Was the food fed to Longmian tampered with? This is absolutely outrageous. It's not just a provocation against Dragon's Rest, but a serious blow to the authority and capabilities of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. A top-level investigation team was immediately formed. The expert team arrived at Platform 1 as quickly as possible and conducted a thorough search of every corner of the platform, especially in the feeding area. They tried to collect any possible traces at the same time. The most rigorous retrospective review was conducted on every step of the heart-eating aromatic taro process, from discovery and capture to transportation, because Mr. Dragon Sleep directly provided the energy characteristics of that impurity, although extremely weak. Its direction was very clear. The investigation quickly made a breakthrough. In soil samples from the area where the Amorphophallus titanum was first discovered, trace amounts of unknown active substances with the same energy characteristics as the impurity were detected. Then, based on the movement of people when the heart-eating aromatic flower was discovered, following the clues and combining information from external intelligence networks, all the clues ultimately point to a foreign organization, Pandora's Box. Well, what a Pandora's Box? What exactly are those lunatics trying to do? Zhou Ping stared coldly at the investigation report in his hand. Sohan direct probing didn't work. You resort to underhanded tactics. Are you trying to use someone else to do your dirty work? Or do you just want to see us make a fool of ourselves? Thankfully he exists, he immediately gave the order. All evidence was compiled, sealed, and classified as top secret. Strengthen the screening process for all feeding materials and add tests for artificial catalysis, energy-induced mutagenesis and other related items. In addition, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Send a return gift to Pandora's Box through our channels. Thanks to Dragon Sleep's keen senses, the Bureau of Foreign Affairs seized upon the opponent's weakness, demonstrating its powerful investigative and countermeasure capabilities. And the root of all this was simply that being felt, the food didn't taste right. Deep within the family compound, Lin Yi sensed that the small, busy deliveryman seemed even more tense and vigilant because of this inferior food incident. Yes, that's fine too, hopefully. They will check the ingredients more carefully next time. After all, eating unclean food can affect digestion and mood. As for those guys who poison other people's food, he remembered that taste, the North Atlantic, a section of high seas that does not belong to any country. Beneath the surface of the sea, a sleek, stealthy submarine painted with unofficial markings hovers like a ghost in the deep water. Inside the submarine, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. A group of people dressed in high-ranking military officer uniforms, but without any national insignia, were staring intently at the complex energy readings and a clock that was constantly counting down on the central main screen. Gentlemen, Pandora S3 has reached its designated launch depth. Target parameters finalized, 119 XXC 32 XXN. Central Plains, Zhongshan region. A technical supervisor reported in a dry voice, his finger hovering over a red button with a protective cover. We've lost too many men and equipment, and all we've received are a bunch of unresolved and signal lost reports. Said Pierre the later. Conventional methods were ineffective against it. and infiltration and conspiracies were also thwarted. The Huxia people have protected it too well. Or perhaps it simply doesn't need protection. He stood up and looked around at each member of the crew, but we can't just stand by and do nothing. A mysterious, unknown entity capable of completely annihilating this strange being. It is more dangerous in itself than any known supernatural phenomenon. If it cannot be controlled, its limits must be tested, even at a high cost. Our previous exploration plan was discovered by Daxia, and they even blocked our Pandora funds and branches. Those insects, don't they understand that we are the ones protecting the Earth? But sir, the uncontrollability of Pandora S3. A slightly younger researcher couldn't help but speak. His face filled with fear. What if it wasn't completely swallowed up? Even if it only partially leaked? That's still on Huxia territory. The sinister-looking man coldly interrupted him. Either it's a gift that solves this problem for us, proving that it does indeed have value as the ultimate recycling bin, but it will inevitably consume a huge amount of resources. Either it can't handle it or the gift turns into a bomb. Severely damaging or even destroying the Zhongshan area would also remove a major threat to us. Regardless of the outcome, we will gain valuable data. Pierre's eyes gleamed with a mixture of madness and rationality. This is a high-stakes gamble. Using an extremely precious and dangerous containment object to test the depths of an unknown existence. Only they Pandora can hold the key to the world's future. Not those yellow-skinned monkeys, the whole world. When it comes to dealing with the bizarre, is like a vast dark forest, fear the other. Acquire unparalleled technology and dominate the world. At the same time, they became even more afraid of the other side, and released an evil god that would destroy the world. As for Daxia within the Executors faction of Pandora, it has already committed two major mistakes. Execute the command. The technical lead took a deep breath and slammed down the button. A launch port opened in the submarine's belly, and a spindle-shaped container about 5 meters long, cast entirely from dark silver metal and covered with suppression runes, was propelled by a high-pressure stream of water and silently shot into the dark depths of the sea. After disengaging from the submarine to a certain distance, the stern of the container glowed with a ghostly blue light. Propelled by astonishing speed, it silently shot towards the distant east along a calculated trajectory. It did not fly directly to Zhongshan, but instead made a strange short-distance jump outside the atmosphere. It appeared precisely in the stratosphere above Zhongshan, and then like a meteor, plummeted straight down towards the core area of the clan's territory. Lin Yi sensed it almost the instant the spindle-shaped container underwent a spatial jump. An extremely strong fluctuation, mixed with violent spatial energy and some kind of living characteristics. It abruptly tore apart the edge of Lin Yi's perception range, carrying a clear sense of malice and destruction, and precisely struck his nest. This thing is incredibly powerful. More powerful than any food I've ever eaten before. Moreover, it is extremely unstable. Containing destructive energy within that is enough to tear apart a small space, while its exterior is encased in a hard-insulating shell. It's not a naturally occurring anomaly, it's a man-made, or rather a bomb that's been artificially packaged. A meticulously prepared yet poisonous feast angry. A little but more than anything. It was a chilling excitement born from being provoked. Finally, a decent challenge has arrived. The sky over the territory suddenly darkened as the bomb entered the atmosphere. It wasn't that dark clouds were gathering rather. The light itself seemed to be swallowed up and distorted by an invisible force. The shuttle-shaped container fell at a speed exceeding the limits of conventional physics. But just before it hit the ground, the suppression runes on its surface suddenly lit up with a blinding light, and then shattered like fragile glass boom. It wasn't a physical explosion but a spatial collapse. A twisted ever-expanding, pitch-black hole suddenly appeared above the core of the territory, like a greedy scar, frantically tearing at everything around it. A powerful suction force surged forth, cracking the ground, tearing rocks, twisting glowing plants, and even a few low-level creatures that couldn't dodge in time. all of which were mercilessly torn apart and swallowed into the chaotic void. A spatial rift, the enemy intends to tear the nest apart. At the same time, from the depths of that ever-expanding crack, came a non-human shriek, filled with endless greed and hunger, a colossal, distorted form, composed of pure spatial turbulence and negative energy, is trying to squeeze out of it. That's the S-rank spatial attribute monster imprisoned within Pandora, Void Predator. All alarms set up by the local security bureau around the residential area instantly spiked to their highest levels. The piercing buzzing sound echoed throughout the observation station and the underground command center. Top warnings. An extremely high-intensity spatial energy burst has been detected. Coordinates core area distortion level, A+ or higher. Still rising, it's a spatial tear attack. Something has been teleported directly in completion. Researchers stared palely at the energy graph on the screen that represented destruction. That level of energy burst was enough to wipe the entire Zhongshan area off the map. Lin Wei stood before the observation window, her body trembling slightly from the terrifying pressure. But her eyes were unusually firm, even carrying a hint of fanaticism. She seemed to be praying. She stared intently at the apocalyptic scene in the core area. At this critical moment, deep within the land of the dependents, that eternal shadow surged forth as if boiling. The earth trembled violently, not because of an explosion, but because something larger and more ancient was awakening. Then, amidst the frantically fluctuating data from all the monitoring devices, and under the incredulous gazes of everyone, a pair of enormous indescribable eyes, seemingly composed of the deepest darkness and countless swirling star vortices, slowly opened from the boiling shadows. No pupils, no whites of the eyes, only endless nothingness and a will to devour everything. Those eyes indifferently looked at the raging spatial rift in the sky and the void predators trying to emerge. Roars, a deeper, more terrifying roar, as if from the very beginning of the universe followed. It did not spread through the air, but resounded directly into the depths of the soul of every conscious being. It was a declaration of hunger and rage. Countless incredibly thick tentacles, composed entirely of solidified shadows and indescribable matter, shot into the sky from the earth, from the void. And from every inch of shadow, they are not physical entities, yet they are more powerful than any physical entity. Wherever they pass, even light and space seem to be smoothed out and swallowed up. These terrifying tentacles directly wrapped around the ever-expanding spatial rift. The sound of space tearing became even more piercing. But it wasn't that the crack was widening, rather. The edges of the crack were being forcibly closed by those shadowy tentacles. The violent spatial turbulence crashed against the tentacles, but it was like a stream hitting a rock, only creating a few ripples before being completely absorbed. The void predator, which had just poked its head out halfway, let out a terrified shriek. It sensed the presence of a natural enemy. It struggled frantically, trying to retreat back into the spatial rift, even contemplating detonating itself, but it was too late. One of the largest tentacles, like a mythical serpent that devours the world, suddenly plunged into the crevice and precisely coiled around its body. The devouring has begun. It's not simply tearing things apart, but a more fundamental erasure at the level of rules. The void predator's body dimmed and became transparent at a visible rate. The terrifying spatial power and negative energy it contained were frantically drawn out and absorbed by the shadowy tentacles like a floodgate being opened. Even the spatial rift that had been forcibly torn open was forcibly smoothed out and repaired under the entanglement of the tentacles, as if it had never existed. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. The sky returned to its eternal twilight glow, as if the devastating scene just moments before had been nothing but an illusion. Only the slight mess left on the ground in the core area testifies to what had just happened. Those enormous, indifferent dark eyes slowly swept over the now peaceful territory of the familiars. Seemingly satisfied, it slowly sank into the shadows and disappeared. Those countless terrifying tentacles also vanished, Returning to nothingness, the territory they belonged to had become even more stable than before. After undergoing the forced absorption and repair just now, the spatial structure seemed to have become more resilient, and the pervasive energy was becoming increasingly concentrated. Dead silence. The command center of the Bureau of Dissidents was deathly silent. Everyone froze myths agape. Watching the data on the screen quickly return to normal, and the transmitted images of the family compound restored to peace. After a long while, someone swallowed hard. Is it over? He ate the spatial rift and that S-class anomaly together, and it seems like the space has been reinforced. The ecstasy of surviving the disaster and the indescribable shock resonated in everyone's hearts. For the first time, they truly glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the unfathomable power of Dragon's sleep. That is something that cannot be understood by current human technology and knowledge. Lin Ye, meanwhile, felt the unopened, compressed biscuits being delivered to him from across the way. It seems a bit hard to chew. The packaging is difficult to open. And although it's nutritious, he doesn't like this kind of thing. He prefers fruit juice. It seems like it's been a long time since I've had whaling banshee. Inside a submarine deep in the North Atlantic, however, lies a completely different scene on the main screen. The signal representing Pandora S3 spiked to its peak in an instant, then abruptly disappeared without a trace. All remote monitoring devices have failed. The cabin was deathly silent, save for the monotonous hum of the instruments. Pierre's face was ashen. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. They lost valuable containment artifacts, but failed to transmit even a single useful piece of data. No. That being dealt with what they considered the ultimate bomb seemed as easy as eating a slightly hard-to-chew dessert. A deep chilling fear gripped the hearts of everyone in the cabin with such clarity for the first time. What kind of monster did they provoke? What exactly is that thing over there? What is Daxia doing? He can't accept it. Deep within Zhongshan Mountain, Lin Yi felt the new energy within his body, imbued with traces of spatial attributes, and sighed. Packaging is too much trouble. Lin Yi's will slowly sank into a deeper level of digestion, and countless generalized consciousnesses began to crawl towards the direction of spatial leap. Submarine. The deathly silence didn't last long. It was replaced by a gradually spreading, chilling eeriness on the main screen. The point where the Pandora S3 signal disappeared seemed like a cold mockery. The expected explosion data energy impact readings. Even the faintest feedback signal, nothing. It's like a stone thrown into a bottomless abyss. Not even a ripple is felt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Pierre broke the silence first, his voice trembling slightly with suppressed shock and a hint of barely perceptible fear. The self-destruct energy of Pandora S3 is enough to warp space with a radius of 12 kilometers. How could there not even be the slightest fluctuation? The technical lead frantically tapped on the console, trying to re-establish the connection, even if it was just receiving some ambient noise. But all the channels were completely silent, as if that coordinate point had been erased from the world out of thin air. We may have underestimated the target. The adjutant's voice was hoarse. Its ability to devour far exceeded our model predictions. Shut up. Pierre growled, but his voice lacked conviction. A cold, viscous sensation began to rise up my spine. It wasn't fear of a known powerful force, but rather a tremor at the utterly unknown just then. The submarine's internal lighting system flickered without warning, at such a rapid frequency that it was almost an illusion. Power fluctuations. A crew member looked up instinctively. No one answered, because immediately afterward an extremely faint whisper, as if drilling directly into the depths of the brain, began to echo. Keys of the ignorant guardians. The worms. The sound did not travel through the air. It had no direction, no source, as if it came from the depths of their own memorisor, even deeper from the cracks of their souls. It was indistinct, mixed with incomprehensible syllables, yet it carried a strange, maddening sense of knowledge. What was that sound? The young researcher abruptly covered his ears. His face drained of color. Did you hear that? It's auditory hallucination caused by stress. Stay calm. Pierre tried to remain calm, but his temples throbbed. And the whisper felt like a cold worm trying to burrow into his mind. However, this is just the beginning. Inside the claustrophobic submarine cabin, the shadows seemed to grow heavier. The once neat seams on the metal wall seemed to begin to twist slightly in my peripheral vision, like the blood vessels of a living thing. The air supplied by the ventilation system, which should have maintained a constant temperature and humidity, carried a faint, almost imperceptible fishy sweet smell. Like deep-sea silt. Look there. A crew member operating the sonar suddenly pointed to the screen in front of him. His voice shrill. The sonar image that was originally displaying the seabed topography and the surrounding waters on the screen now showed inexplicable, slowly rotating ripples at the edges, the center of which was unsettlingly deep. Equipment malfunction. It must be equipment malfunction. The technical supervisor rushed over and pounded on the screen. But when he looked up at the bulkhead opposite him, he froze. Something seemed to be reflected on the smooth metal surface. It wasn't his own image, but a blurry, constantly writhing and growing shadow, vaguely outlining countless twisting tentacles. He turned around abruptly, only to find nothing behind him. Fear spread rapidly in the confined space like a virus. The whispers gradually became clearer, no longer indistinct syllables, but forming fragmented images and thoughts directly in their minds. Endless darkness within which floats a gigantic eye. Space was easily torn apart, only to be smoothed over by an even more powerful force. A hunger beyond comprehension, as if it wanted to devour the stars, they themselves. As insignificant as dust, trembled under the gaze of some being. No, get out. Get out of my head. One of the crew members with poor mental fortitude broke down. He curled up in a corner, clutching his head, scratching his scalp with his fingernails. Leaving bloody marks, Pierre tries to maintain order. But he finds his own thoughts becoming increasingly confused. The command reached his lips, but turned into meaningless babbling. He looked at his hands. The veins beneath his skin seemed to throb unnaturally, as if something was growing inside them. It's him. The adjutant's eyes were unfocused, yet a strange smile, a mixture of fear and the fanatical devotion of a convert, graced his face. He saw us. He is blessing us. The mutation has begun. The first crew member to collapse began to swell unnaturally. His combat suit tore, and his exposed skin quickly lost moisture, returning grayish, tough, and covered with a slimy sheen similar to that of deep-sea creatures. His fingers merged on Thenidan, transformed into pale, soft tendril swaying limply. Then, like a chain reaction, it began. The technical supervisor's glasses shattered on the ground. His eyeballs bulged. His pupils contracted into eerie vertical lines, and a crack appeared on his neck, opening and closing like fish gills. What he emitted was no longer human language, but a wet, bubbly hiss. The adjutant lay prone on the ground, his spine strangely arched, his clothes torn at the back, and several still developing, arthropod-like tentacles with suction cups pierced his skin. Swaying slowly, Pierre felt his consciousness sinking into a warm, dark ocean. His will to resist was utterly crushed, and an infinite awe and sense of belonging to the profound darkness filled his soul. He looked down and saw his legs losing their shape, melting into the metal floor like wax figures, with black veins resembling roots extending from them. The last thing he saw was the reflection from the monitoring screen inside the submarine. On the screen, a scene of utter madness was displayed. All members are undergoing indescribable mutations, tentacles, eyeballs, mucus, twisted limbs. This place is no longer a creation of human technology, but a living nest wriggling in the deep sea. Teeming with bizarre life, they became a part of him, in another form, becoming his fellowship scattered throughout the deep sea. Their consciousness was assimilated, becoming an extension of the evil god's perception, silently praising the ruler far away in Zhongshan on this cold ocean floor. The submarine itself remained stealthy, hovering silently in the darkness. However, The life signals within it have changed from the steady fluctuations of humans to a kind of chaos, superimposed, and filled with a strange frequency that desecrates the rhythm of life, like a low and satisfied sigh echoing in an abyss unknown to anyone. Deep in Zhongshan Mountain, Lin Yi adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. Sending a small return gift along the trajectory of that spatial leap is no more strenuous for him than breathing now. He's an evil god. The first spicy sweet soup was disgusting enough this time. The compressed biscuits were very nutritious. But he didn't like them. Gods, I don't like it. He. He dislike. After he pondered, his will once again sank into the digestion and understanding of that spatial power. No longer focusing on that distant, deep-sea shadow that had become a part of him, the submarine, laden with its newly acquired fleet, will continue to lurk in the dark depths of the North Atlantic. Like a dormant virus waiting, the impact of consuming that space bomb far surpassed any previous feeding. Even more delicious than that endless lament. This is a nutritious biscuit. And it's not just a simple energy replenishment. It's more like planting a seed deep within his core. A seed containing the chaotic rules of space and the aura of a raging void. Lin Yi needs to master the spatial power that has appeared. His will seemed to sink into the deep sea. His perception of the outside world became blurred and distant. And most of his consciousness returned to focus on the earth-shattering changes within his body. Energy surging and boundless energy is being efficiently broken down, absorbed, and integrated into every inch of his existence. But more importantly, there are those fragments of spatial rules that were forcibly plundered and analyzed. They were forcibly bound, assembled, and transformed into his own power by his powerful primordial will. This process is both slow and intense from the outside, through the monitoring of the local authorities. And in Lin Wei's eyes, the Zhongshan family compound was undergoing a silent, yet earth-shattering upheaval. The first step is the energy reading. The instruments at all monitoring stations reached their maximum readings almost simultaneously, then quickly dropped back down. But the overall energy level continued to climb, with a stable yet unstoppable trend. It broke through the historical high and continues to break new records. The nature of the energy has also become more complex. In addition to the original dense shadow and void power, it is also mixed with wisps of silver, constantly pulsating spatial energy. They roam the air like living things, and when they occasionally collide, they create subtle ripples in the air. The earth emitted a low rumble, not the destructive force of an earthquake, but rather a rhythm of growth and expansion. The boundaries of the dependent territory, those previously blurred areas with distorted light, began to flow outward in a way that defied Euclidean geometry. It is not a linear expansion, but rather the space itself is folding, extending, and reconstructing. What was originally a core area of only a few square kilometers began to expand at an alarming rate in terms of its actual spatial scale. The staff at the observation station were horrified to discover that the distance measuring instruments they had set up at fixed points were all malfunctioning. Data shows that their distance from the core area varies. And there are even occasional brief signal losses, not interruptions, but rather the signal transmission path being lengthened. Then the most astonishing change occurred. In the core area of the dependence territory, near that deepest shadowy region, space began to distort and cave in, like soft clay being kneaded by an invisible hand. It started as a single point, then rapidly expanded, forming a stable, slowly rotating, dark vortex about 3 meters in diameter. The interior of the vortex was not pure darkness, but shimmered with countless tiny, stardust-like silver specks of light, as if it were a window to another dimension. A stable, small inner space was born. It exists within the main space, yet it is relatively independent. Its internal physical rules seem to be closely connected with Lin Yi's will, carrying a strong aura of Lin Yi. This space is like a newborn organ, spontaneously drawing in free spatial energy. transforming and purifying it and feeding it back to Lin Yi, accelerating Lin Yi's digestion and transformation. His retinue, those shadow creatures, also seemed to sense this transformation. They became more active. Their forms seemed to solidify slightly, and the glint of light in their eyes became more lively. They instinctively circled the entrance to the newly formed inner space, both in awe and curiosity, as if guarding the gateway to a sacred place. Standing at the observation point, Lin Wei even felt an urge to jump into the vortex and become one with it. The portable monitor in her hand emitted a piercing overload alarm, but she remained completely unaware. Her pupils reflected the unimaginable spectacle in the distance. The space twisted and expanded, the dark vortex slowly swirling, and the silver energy threads faintly visible to the naked eye in the air. She could sense that a larger, deeper, and more awe-inspiring will was slumbering and growing at the heart of that upheaval. The mere aura emanating from her sent shivers down her spine, yet it also stirred a strange urge to prostrate herself in worship. The faint, mutated energy within her body was also flowing actively with the drastic changes in the environment, as if it were being nourished in some way. The headquarters of the Bureau of Dissidents was already in complete chaos. Report: the spatial coefficient of the Zhongshan area has surged abnormally, yet the stability index is increasing simultaneously. This doesn't make sense. The energy tidal peak has reached a critical point. It's still rising. Wait, it's starting to stabilize. Stabilizing at an unprecedentedly high level. Stable small spatial folds have been detected. A subspace pocket may have formed, biology team report. The activity of the kin's organisms has significantly increased, and their energy responses are enhanced. They seem to be adapting to their new environment. Exclamations, reports, and instrument alarms filled the air. Li Yun and the research team stared at the data that completely overturned existing physics and supernatural theories. Their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. They knew that Dragon's Rest was very powerful, but only now did they vaguely realize that this strength might have completely exceeded their ability to understand and assess it. The bizarre phenomenon of a space capable of destroying a city, not only devouring it without a scratch, but seemingly even being greatly nourished, and even beginning to modify the environment and expand its space. This is no longer a matter of containment objects or dangerous creatures. This is almost the power of a creator god. And in the deepest part of that newly formed inner space, Lin Yi's true form was also undergoing changes. The overwhelming amount of energy and fragments of rules gathered caused Lin Yi's originally chaotic and formless shadow body to involuntarily condense and compress. It wasn't intentional, rather. The fragments of space triggered Lin Yi's consciousness. While eating, he recalled the space which was also his food. The endless darkness collapsed inward, outlining a blurry silhouette in the distance. A slender and enormous humanoid figure seemed to form, sitting upright in the void, but upon closer inspection, the outline constantly twists and undulates, its surface seemingly composed of countless writhing shadows and rotating vortices, poised to collapse and return to chaos at any moment. Only those in different eyes, containing endless nothingness, are clearly visible. More humanoid or even more indescribable. Perhaps it's a combination of both. This is an essential stage in the evolution of existence towards a higher level after the elevation of consciousness. But Lin Yi's true nature remains that abyss that devours everything. After an unknown amount of times, the surging energy tide gradually subsided, and the expansion and folding of space stabilized. The area of the family quarters has nearly doubled, and the internal spatial structure is more complex and mysterious, with an additional small inner space that is constantly improving and growing. The concentration of energy diffused in the air increased by an order of magnitude, and it acquired stable spatial properties. Lin Yi slowly awakened. Perception becomes clearer, wider, and more acute. He can clearly see the flow of spatial energy in the air, and can even slightly influence it. His will seems to have penetrated the boundaries of his domain, exerting an extremely subtle influence on the real world. For example, making the entire world defy gravity and levitate for a second, or making all the coffee cups vibrate slightly. This is the power of the gods. Their intervention in the laws of the world, he is a god. More importantly, that intangible spiritual radiation, originating from the source, has become even more difficult to suppress. The digestion is complete. The transformation has already begun. Lin Yi felt the power surging within him, far exceeding anything he had ever felt before, and the initial control he gained over the newly acquired spatial rules. Thina low-contented whisper, which only Lin Wei could vaguely perceive, swept slowly across the entire family territory like a gentle tide. Buzz Lin Wei's body trembled slightly, a hint of infatuation and awe flashing in her eyes. A new phase has begun. The space in the Zhongshan area has undergone a permanent change after being bombarded by the space bomb and deeply digested by Lin Yi. It is no longer a stable real territory, but a singularity that has been repeatedly imbued and shaped by his power, ultimately becoming both resilient and vibrant. The barriers of space become thin and flexible here, and the rules are slightly distorted. It was permeated with a high concentration of void and shadow energy, mixed with its uniquely formed spatial attributes. Such an environment would be a dead end for ordinary creatures in the main world. But for certain outliers that exist in dimensional gaps or are adapted to special environments, they exude an irresistible attraction. The changes were first noticed by his retinue and his omnipresent perception. Some tiny, twisted shadow creatures, the early-stage members of Lin Yi's clan, discovered some unusual traces while patrolling the border. Those were not footprints of humans or known animals, but rather scorched marks. It emitted a faint, pungent odor of sulfur mixed with ozone, along with an extremely subtle, dizzying spatial fluctuation immediately afterwards. The high-precision energy monitoring device set up by the local authorities at the outermost perimeter of the dependent's residence captured several brief and abrupt energy spikes. They appear without warning and disappear just as quickly, like pebbles thrown into a lake, creating ripples before leaving no trace. Energy signature analysis shows that this does not match any known bizarre or terrestrial bioenergy spectrum. It's more like a foreign, unrecorded type of energy. The Bureau of Alien Affairs Outpost Base also noticed the anomaly. Report: an abnormal spatial reading was detected again at the edge of Zone 3, lasting 0.3 seconds. The intensity was weak and the source could not be located. Air composition sampling revealed unknown particles with peculiar structures, not belonging to any element known on Earth. Infrared monitoring detected a fleeting, blurry heat source. It was small in size, and its movement did not conform to biomechanics. Could it have been attempting a short-distance spatial jump? The news was relayed to the command center and received great attention. Is this yet another new reconnaissance tactic employed by foreign forces? A small, well-equipped reconnaissance team was dispatched to the unusual area, wearing the latest model of protective suits and carrying various detection devices. They cautiously ventured into the increasingly eerie edge of the forest. Then they encountered it. It was a creature about half the height of a person, and its appearance was difficult to describe using common sense. The main body resembles an elongate twisted, dark red beetle, but its shell is covered with tiny, constantly opening and closing pores like breathing, from which wisps of sulfurous smoke seep out. Its 6 legs are not arthropods, but are made up of constantly twisting, translucent energy tentacles, making it appear as if it is floating and gliding when it moves. The most peculiar thing about it is its head, which has no eyes, but only a complex organ that rotates constantly and is composed of countless tiny crystals, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. This otherworldly creature also seemed curious about the reconnaissance team. Its crystalline head was pointed at the team members, and its rotation speed increased slightly. Fire. The squad leader ordered without hesitation. Specially designed tranquilizer darts and low-power energy rays were fired at the creature. However, as the bullet approached its body, its trajectory took a strange deflection. as if it had entered an invisible viscous liquid, greatly reducing its speed and ultimately being deflected by its carapace. The energy rays are refracted and dispersed by the rotating crystalline organ in its head. With minimal effect, the creature seemed enraged, emitting a sharping sound like glass rubbing together. And the crystals on its head suddenly lit up. The team members suddenly felt the surrounding air freeze, their bodies as if being held down by an invisible hand. Their movements becoming extremely sluggish, a small-scale spacetime stasis effect. Just as it was preparing to take further action, or summon more of its kind, the surrounding shadows came alive. Several shadowy members that had been lurking nearby, frozen in place, suddenly pounced out. They had no physical form, and they passed directly through the stagnant force field, coiling around the otherworldly creature like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The dark red, beetle-like creature let out a terrified shriek, its body emitting scorching sulfurous fumes from its holes. Attempting to drive back the Shadowkin, however, his retinue is essentially void shadow, making it extremely resistant to energy attacks of this magnitude. They greedily tore and devoured the energy emanating from the otherworldly creature and its carapace and limbs. In just over 10 seconds, the intruder was torn to pieces. Its remains were quickly assimilated and devoured by the shadows. Even the strange crystalline organ dimmed and shattered, and was swept up by a member of the Familia and quickly sent deep into the Familia's territory. The time-space stasis effect disappeared, and the reconnaissance team members were able to move. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, still shaken. They brought back records and samples of shell fragments that had fallen from the edge of the battle. This caused a huge uproar within the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. It's not an Earth species. Its energy and ecological characteristics are completely different. It seems to have a subtle ability to manipulate local spacetime. They were attracted here by the unusual spatial and energy environment of the Zhongshan area. We'll tentatively name them fleas, time-space fleas. Individuality pose little threat, but their abilities are unpredictable, and it's unclear whether they exist as solitary individuals or in groups. Meanwhile, in the other side of the settlement, near the stream, researchers discovered another completely different neighbor. It was a smaller, almost transparent, jellyfish-like planktonic organism. They do not float in the air but drift in the folds of space. Their bodies sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, casting extremely faint stardust-like phosphorescence. They appear to feed on dissipated spatial energy, are completely harmless and even somewhat beautiful. They were named crystal dust jellyfish. Lin Yi's family also had completely different attitudes towards these two new neighbors. Aggressive fleas should be killed without exception, and treated as a supplementary snack. They ignore the harmless crystal dust jellyfish, and even occasionally swim through the phosphorescent light they scatter, seemingly quite enjoying it. The Bureau of Foreign Affairs quickly adjusted its strategy. They increased border patrols, but the directive was no longer to proactively attack all anomalies. Instead, to observe, record, and differentiate. Fleas are disposed of by their families. Harmless or even beneficial creatures like crystal dust jellyfish are observed and studied. Lin Wei stood at the observation point, looking at the reports about the new species. Her expression complex. She could sense that this land was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, yet also increasingly full of possibilities. His existence, like a giant magnet, not only attracts the bizarre, but also begins to draw travelers from other dimensions. It attracted her in Lin Yi's perception. These tiny neighbors were like a few grains of sand thrown into a pond, barely causing any ripples. Their existence only further proves that his realm is becoming a unique node connecting multiple worlds. This is just the beginning as his power continues to grow. The attractiveness and stability of this node will continue to increase. What will the future attract? Even more powerful otherworldly creatures. Or perhaps some ancient being that has been slumbering on Earth, only to be awakened by the changes of today. Lin Yi's will swept across the territory and the newly born. Weak alien creatures trembled under his aura. or swam peacefully. This land will no longer belong solely to humankind, but it belongs to him forever, the growth of power. Like the tide overflowing the embankment, always leaves a trace. After completely digesting the space bomb, Lin Yi's consciousness underwent a leap, becoming larger and more profound. This power cannot always be perfectly contained within this increasingly solidified body. Strands and wisps of invisible spiritual radiation, like the unconscious breathing of a sleeping behemoth, began to spread uncontrollably and continuously from the core of the territory. This is not simply malice. It is the weight of existence that naturally breaks down the film of reality, causing subtle leaks. The effects of this leakage were first felt by those humans who resided in his territory for a long time and were most closely connected with him. Lin Wei stood in front of the isolation window of the observation station. This was her daily work. But today she felt something was different. There seemed to be an indescribable pressure in the air. Not physical but acting on a mental level, it was very subtle, yet pervasive like a continuous background noise. Or a gaze falling from a great height. She shook her head, trying to dispel the strange feeling, and continued recording the monitoring data. But gradually a vague, inhuman whisper began to resonate deep within her mind. It wasn't any known language, there were no words, no grammar. It was like a series of distorted melodies. Fragmented image and a cold, slippery sensation projected directly into consciousness. Sometimes they sound like a sigh from the abyss. Sometimes like the hum of billions of stars turning. And sometimes they become a chilling gunsettling sound, as if some enormous being is slowly chewing something. The whisper wasn't violent. It even carried a strange sense of soothingness. But for the human mind it is too unfamiliar and vast, bringing more of a tremor and confusion stemming from the instinct for survival. Lin Wei pressed her slightly throbbing temples and took a deep breath. She felt no fear. Her long-term exposure had made her accustomed to all sorts of extraordinary experiences. They even developed a distorted dependence and affinity for this aura that came directly from he. She tried to concentrate, attempting to understand the fragmented information as if it were some kind of divine revelation. She could feel that the faint mutated energy within her body, surrounded by these whispers, seemed to become more active and tamed. Meanwhile, at several research sites further away, the situation was somewhat different. "Old Wang, did you sleep well last night?" A researcher with dark circles under his eyes yawned and asked his colleague next to him. When asked the question, Old Wang rubbed his bloodshot eyes. His voice hoarse, "Don't even mention it. I had a bizarre dream all night, full of distorted shadows and spinning stars and that. How should I put it? It sounded like someone was whispering in my ear, but I couldn't make out a single word. It was so noisy it was driving my head crazy." "Me too. I thought it was just me." Another female researcher lined in, lowering her voice. "And just know when I was checking the data, I think my eyes were playing tricks on me. I saw a series of extremely fast, incomprehensible, complex geometric figures flash across the instrument screen, and then they disappeared in the blink of an eye. I think I can occasionally smell a strange odor, a mixture of rust and ozone. But the air purification system shows everything is working properly." Similar complaints and reports of anomalies began to appear sporadically among the research team responsible for monitoring the Dragon's Sleep project at the forward base. Insomnia, bizarre dreams, brief visual and auditory hallucinations, and difficulty concentrating are all mild symptoms that have not yet affected work. But their frequency and extent are slowly increasing. When the medical team intervened and examined them, they found that all their physiological indicators were normal. However, the brainwave activity exhibited an abnormal, slightly hyperactive and synchronized pattern, similar to deep meditation or a state continuously influenced by some weak magnetic field. The top brass of the authority quickly took notice of these reports. An urgent assessment report was placed on Director Zhang Zhengxing's office. Preliminary conclusion: after completing its previous absorption, the Dragon's Sleep individual exhibited a significant increase in the intensity of its existential spiritual radiation, exceeding the previously established safety threshold. This radiation is penetrating, and existing physical isolation methods have limited effectiveness. Radiation can cause mild mental disturbances in people with long-term exposure, including but not limited to auditory hallucinations manifested as unintelligible whispers, visual hallucinations, distorted geometric patterns or shadows, unusual dreams, and difficulty concentrating. There are currently no reported cases of serious harm, but the long-term impact is unknown. It is worth noting that Special Correspondent Lin Wei appears to have shown an unusual level of adaptability to the radiation, and even reported that it helped stabilize the mutated energy in her body. It is speculated that they have developed some kind of symbiosis or resistance due to long-term contact. Zhang Zhengxing looked at the report, his fingers lightly tapping the table. This is both good news, proving that the power of dragon's sleep is indeed growing, and a potential problem. Take the following measures immediately. He decisively ordered. First, the rotation cycle for all personnel entering the dependence area will be shortened, and mandatory leave will be required for psychological evaluation. Second, accelerate the research and development of new types of mental protection equipment and prioritize their distribution to frontline personnel. Third, establish a psychological monitoring team to closely track the mental state of all contacts. Fourth, attempt to record and analyze whispered signals, even if they are incomprehensible, to create a database. He paused, then added, in addition, raise the confidentiality level of this assessment to the highest level. This must not be leaked, especially not to foreign forces, as the existence of Longmian itself is beginning to pollute the surrounding environment. The order was executed swiftly. New types of protective suits with psychological shielding materials are being developed at an accelerated pace. Researchers are working in shifts, and more psychologists are being stationed at the base. However, everyone understands that these measures are more of a psychological comfort. Faced with a deity whose mere existence pollutes the environment, human technology seems utterly powerless. This whisper is a side effect of the overflowing power. It's a double-edged sword. It brought new risks and uncertainties, forcing the Bureau of Foreign Affairs to invest more resources in protection and research. But at the same time, it is also like an invisible brand, more profoundly marking who is close to God. For those like Lin Wei who have already connected with it and begun to adapt, this whisper might not be torture but a blessing. Or rather, it's the beginning of a deeper connection. At the edge of the family's territory, Lin Wei closed her eyes, trying hard to listen to the chaotic voice in her mind. Gradually, the unsettling sense of distortion seemed to fade somewhat, and an indescribable, grand sense of tranquility enveloped her. She could vaguely sense the indifference of curiosity, and a hint of languor that belonged to he in that whisper. A barely perceptible smile unconsciously curved the corners of her lips. For Lin Yuho was slumbering within the core. These unconscious whispers were as natural as breathing. Lin Yi did not deliberately control it, nor was he fully aware of its specific impact on those tiny creatures. This is simply a natural phenomenon that occurs after strength increases. In the depths of the dark inner space, the indescribable being unconsciously shifted its body, and a deeper whisper spread out like ripples, piercing the boundary between reality and illusion. New changes have already begun deep in the North Atlantic, at the headquarters of the Pandora organization. This is a massive underwater base built using the natural topography of an underwater rift valley, combining cutting-edge technology with forbidden knowledge. Inside its command center, the atmosphere was as heavy as the seawater thousands of meters deep outside. Pierre's team. Last effective communication was 72 hours ago. Coordinates are located at a safe distance outside the target area. An intelligence officer's voice stood out clearly in the silence. As per the prearranged plan, after initiating the Pandora S3 delivery procedure 21 minutes prior, a confirmation signal was sent. and they were supposed to provide a routine report 12 minutes prior. On the huge main screen, the icon representing Pier's submarine remained at that coordinate point. But the signal status was a glaring gray out of contact. All remote wake-up protocols are invalid. Vital signs monitoring shows no signal feedback. We tried all alternative communication channels, including the highest privilege encrypted channel. But there was no response. Even using the containment object reality yielded no answers. The final received data stream showed that Pandora S3 was successfully activated and deployed. But after entering the target's estimated impact range, all data streams were instantly interrupted. As if swallowed whole by something, the reports came one after another, each one making the temperature in the command center drop a notch. The elderly man seated in the main seat, the current leader of the Pandora organization, codenamed the Box Opener, had his face hidden in the shadows, swallow. He repeated the words slowly, his voice low. Yes, Your Excellency. Pandora S3 has launched successfully. In the southern region of Daxia, satellites detected no energy fluctuations. It was unsettlingly clean. The intelligence officer replied haltingly. This complete, absolute silence is more terrifying than a deafening explosion. It means that the opponent's level of power may far exceed their expectations, reaching a level of erasure at the rule level. The box opener was silent for a moment. Pierre was one of his most experienced field commanders, and the submarine was equipped with the organization's most advanced stealth and survival technology. Along with Pandora S3, they just disappeared without a trace. This could not have been a routine military interception or a technical malfunction. The only explanation is that the target they were trying to spy on was Zhongshan. Executors, arbitrators, regulators, what do you think? The deep diver protocol should be activated. The executor spoke, his voice leaving no room for argument. Dispatch a search team aboard an underwater vehicle to the last known coordinates of the point of loss of contact to conduct on-site reconnaissance. Agrees. The box opener spoke again. The executors will no longer carry out Operation Zhongshan. Everything will be handed over to the arbitrators and supervisors. The plan changed, and countless intelligence agents wanted to investigate Zhongshan's secrets once again. The Searchers team is an elite unit within Pandora specifically tasked with handling extreme situations and conducting high-risk reconnaissance. Not only are they well-equipped but, more importantly, all members have undergone rigorous mental resistance training and have been implanted with a special biological inhibitor that can resist low-intensity mental pollution to a certain extent. Captain Hank, a man with a stern face and eyes as resolute as deep-sea rocks, received the order. Your mission is singular: locate the siren song, determine the cause of its disappearance, and recover any remaining black boxes or core data storage units. The mission briefing officer's voice came through the encrypted chat. Remember, absolutely no one is allowed to approach the core of the target area. If any inexplicable phenomena are observed, or if any team member exhibits abnormal mental behavior, retreat immediately. Hank nodded expressionlessly, understood. North Daxia's melting pot, 300 meters underground. The furnace containment base, 6 months ago. This eerie furnace core, which supplies half of the city's energy, first showed signs of going out of control. After emergency repairs by the expert team and station personnel, the situation has been temporarily stabilized, but the potential for future problems has been created. Just 72 hours earlier, the furnace core had once again gone out of control. The ultra-high temperature plasma inside the facility mixed with the violent ley line energy, causing the entire underground city to tremble slightly. Starting from the deep tunnels where the furnace core is located, dark red, blood-like viscous activated lava is slowly and steadily spreading upwards along the underground pipe network and geological fissures. Wherever they go, concrete is vaporized and steel is melted. Even more terrifying is that these lava formations seem to possess life. actively seeking out energy sources and signs of life. Like sharks that have caught the scent of blood, the city's surface temperature rose abnormally, causing road surfaces to crack in some areas and spewing out scorching steam. Panic is spreading, and a large-scale emergency evacuation has begun. But given the dense population of Melting City, it is impossible to completely evacuate in a short period of time. Even more alarming is that monitoring data shows the energy reaction inside the furnace core is still escalating, and it could reach a critical point. What will be triggered is not an ordinary explosion, but a ley line explosion that will affect hundreds of kilometers and is enough to wipe the entire Melting City and even the surrounding area off the map. Emergency meeting room at the headquarters of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. The air was so hot it seemed to be affected by the underground lava. All conventional cooling and containment methods have failed. Active lava is extremely resistant to physical attacks. In fact, it absorbs some of the energy attacks, accelerating its growth. Attempts were made to confine it with a strong magnetic field, but the energy form of the living furnace was too bizarre. The magnetic field rapidly decayed at high temperatures. The deepest defenses have been completely covered and assimilated by the active lava. Our technical team simply cannot get close, let alone repair them. At this rate of spread and energy accumulation, we have at most 12 hours left. Its impact on reality is that the entire magma vein has been transformed into its body. The meeting reached a stalemate. Conventional methods were ineffective, while unconventional methods were too risky and time-consuming. At that moment, everyone's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, turned to the huge electronic map on the conference room wall. One of the highlighted dots represented Zhongshan. An absurd yet hopeful idea surfaced in everyone's mind. Seeking help from Dragon's Rest again signifies a huge shift in thinking. From initial fear and wariness, to later cautious cooperation and offerings, and now, they're actually considering actively seeking help from that unspeakable being. Unlike the Endless Lament incident, which had a much greater impact and was itself a super-energy entity, it suited Mr. Dragon Sleep's tastes, making it part of his meal. At most, it's Dragon's Rest that you can take yourself. The furnace core is not strange in the traditional sense. It is a catastrophic entity formed by the uncontrolled activation of energy. Compared to something like Endless Lament, an S-rank bizarre phenomenon capable of altering the rules. The difference is enormous, simply put. Although the energy in the furnace core is high, it is achieved by relying on underground magma. Compared to the ability of the supernatural to control and alter the rules of reality, its power is not great. At most, it can only reach level A. It doesn't meet Dragon Sleep's usual food standards. It's more like a fire that needs to be extinguished. This is no longer a transaction, but a purely one-sided request. More importantly, if the endless lamentation is not handled properly, it could lead to the destruction of the nation. However, a lava core can destroy at most one city. After the first outbreak, their alien control center will be able to recontain and seal the furnace core. Just like before, just like how other countries handle it. The sinking of New York and the deserted streets of London, and the Polish massacre are all examples of this. It has always been this way. The head of headquarters watched the red area on the screen expand continuously, listening to the chaotic reports of the emergency evacuation of Melting City. It was clear that at this rate, it was impossible to evacuate the people. I took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale that heaviness into my lungs. Contact Zhang Zhengxing and have him contact Lin Wei. His voice was hoarse from tension. Explain the situation of the furnace core in detail to Lord Dragon's Rest, emphasizing its out-of-control state and devastating consequences. He paused, then added, his tone unusually solemn and tinged with a barely perceptible plea. This is our most sincere and urgent appeal for help from the Huxia government. Unlike last time, it wasn't food. It was simply a request from the humans. The relationship between the two parties has subtly changed. For unauthorized detention centers, This also represents a kind of moral decline in the past. They had painstakingly maintained the bottom line of their cooperation. They would not request assistance unless there was a catastrophic crisis. Only in this way can both sides be considered equal. If they were to request Dragon's Rest for every strange crisis, they would eventually. It will become completely dependent on Dragon's Sleep and become its appendage. This may not be a good thing. After all, there may be one, but not necessarily two. If there can be two, there must be three. But there are millions of people in front of him. If he lowered his stance a little, could save so many lives. It would be better to have fewer special forces soldiers die. Even if collaborating with an evil god is a sin, he would accept it. Zhongshan is a place for family members. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Wei served as a special envoy and a messenger of the gods. I received an encrypted communication from headquarters and listened to the emergency situation at the core of the furnace and the weighty request. She felt a pang of anxiety, not only for her trapped compatriots, but also for the mission itself. She thought of her classmates who died in the furnace. She thought of all those who died mysteriously. If they could receive the protection of Dragon's Rest, wouldn't so many people have been spared? She took a deep breath to calm her turbulent emotions, and focused all her attention, attempting to send a message to the deep shadows. This is different from the usual way of delivering menus. This is conveying an urgent, even somewhat presumptuous request. She described the energy characteristics of the furnace core, the spread of active lava, and the imminent threat of ley line explosion. Along with the heavy plea from headquarters, it transformed into the clearest and most respectful fluctuations of thought, carefully transmitted to the eternal shadow deep within the territory of the dependents. Lin Yi received this message. A large battery that's on fire and about to explode. It's brimming with volatile fire energy, but its structure is extremely unstable. The taste probably won't be great, and it'll likely be scalding hot. Is it chili pepper? Or something else interesting? More importantly, this was the second time he had received a proactive request, rather than a simple meal order notification. This represents a shift in attitude, a humility born from acknowledging one's own powerlessness. This doesn't feel bad. Just like watching the small animals in their own yard, they begin to understand how to seek protection from their powerful owner. Moreover, the newly acquired spatial capabilities require a suitable experimental target. He did not respond immediately, but instead sent a wisp of his thought along the coordinates in Lin Wei's consciousness. She knew where Melting City was, so he knew it too. His consciousness transcends space and extends outwards. His perception pierced through vast distances. He saw the boiling destructive furnace core, and the active lava that spreads like tentacles everywhere. Chaotic, inefficient, and full of impurities. He instantly came up with several solutions on how to handle the situation. His superficial consciousness slightly condensed, and the newly formed inner space closely connected to him trembled slightly, providing additional computing power and spatial anchor points. Lin Yi quickly responded to Lin Wei. There were no words, only a twisted thought, the meaning of which only Lin Wei could understand. Agreed. Lin Wei paused for a second, then felt a strange sense of relief. He immediately understood and quickly reported back to headquarters. He agreed. He no longer needed the door after obtaining the space fragment. All that's needed is a location coordinate to descend. He has already obtained the coordinates, deep within the territory of the kin. Lin Yi's power began to surge. Unlike the previous ferocity when it devoured the bomb, this was a precise manipulation. The invisible force revolves around him, with Lin Wei's consciousness as its coordinates. It pierced through space and landed precisely above the furnace city. In an instant, the celestial phenomena above the furnace city changed dramatically. An invisible yet boundless force, like the most precise scalpel, precisely cut into the ground and acted directly on the furnace core. The raging, imminent explosion of immense energy was suddenly seized by an invisible giant hand. The spread of active lava stopped instantly. along with the furnace creatures that had been strangely generated within the furnace core. It solidified as quickly as if it had lost its life, dimming and turning from a bright red to a deathly gray-black. The devastating energy surge within the furnace core was abruptly cut off, and then began to plummet at a visible rate. Those energies didn't disappear either. They were directly smoothed out and returned to stillness by a more fundamental force. It was as if time had reversed, forcibly calming the boiling energy back to a state of tranquility. At the same time, a pure scorching energy, stripped of its violent attributes, was slowly drawn into Lin Yefar away in Zhongshan. Through that invisible connection, although the taste wasn't as good as the carefully prepared food, it was better than nothing as a cleanup fee and a little energy boost. Even if it doesn't taste good, it's still considered a gluttonous food. Since we're already here, we might as well take something with us. The entire process was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the devastating commotion that had occurred underground earlier. Just 5 minutes later, deep underground, the energy reaction in the furnace core completely stabilized, returning to a slumbering tranquility. All the active lava solidified into ordinary volcanic rock. The crisis has been resolved. The city of molten metal has been saved. The homes and lives of more than 3 million people have been secured. At the same time, a grand inhuman deep hums, as if from the depths of the universe, resounded in the minds of every survivor and rescuer. That was the echo of his power interfering with reality, overwhelming it and spreading outwards. The civilians looked up in terror, while the rescue workers stared in awe at the miraculous sight. They gazed upon the distant starry sky and the distorted vortexes that sat atop it. They seemed to have seen gods. These were gods. The entire process lasted less than 3 minutes. The impact was not profound. Compared to losing one's life, this is nothing, right? A subtle feeling arose in the hearts of the people of Melting City. At the headquarters of the Bureau of Unlawful Acts, there was a deathly silence, which was then followed by uncontrollable cheers and relieved gasps. But after the cheers came a deeper sense of awe and reflection. They witnessed once again firsthand how Dragon's Sleep projected its power thousands of miles away, and in a way they couldn't comprehend. They effortlessly resolved an A-level incident that had left them helpless. It was as effortless as casually brushing away a speck of dust. This power far exceeded their imagination. The reason the other party agreed did not seem to be for the reward. Is it because of their request? The cooperation ability rating for Dragon's Rest has been greatly improved. A complex emotion spread through the hearts of all those in the know: gratitude, relief, and an even deeper, inescapable sense of dependence and awe. Within the territory of his kin, Lin Yi withdrew his power. It feels good. They have become more adept at using spatial power. The distance is a bit far, so the exertion is a little greater than expected. I need to eat something to replenish my energy. He conveyed a thought to Lin Wei that carried a hint of languor and a touch of demand. Lin Wei received the thought and was taken aback at first. He then revealed a knowing, almost indulgent, helpless smile, and immediately reported to headquarters. Lord Dragon's Rest indicated he is a little hungry. Headquarters immediately understood, immediately. Allocate the batch of containment materials with the purest energy and highest quality from our inventory. Send them there as quickly as possible. After making the request, a generous reward naturally follows, a new balance, based on absolute power disparities and survival dependencies, is quietly being established. The furnace incident 3 days later. Deep underground in the capital city, in the highest top-secret conference room of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. The security level here has been raised to an unprecedented level, with not only invisible energy barriers and mental interference fields. They even used several precious space-stabilizing containment devices to ensure the absolute secrecy and safety of this place. The number of attendees was extremely small, but their significance was immense. Zhang Zhangxing, the head of Project Dragon's Sleep, the director of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, several high-ranking military representatives, and two elderly men from the highest decision-making level, whose faces were calm and dignified. On the holographic projection screen in front of them, a detailed report on Dragon's sleep was displayed. From the initial contact to repeated acts of kindness and feedback, from crisis resolution to remote assistance, from whispered words to visitors from another world. Data, images, analysis reports. All the information points to an irrefutable fact. The existence of Zhongshan has far exceeded the scope of an abnormal event that needs to be dealt with. It has become a key variable influencing national strategies and even the global landscape. The old feed process model appears too simplistic and passive after Dragon's sleep demonstrated its ability to acquire information, intervene remotely, and even attract and purify. The other party is not a mindless beast, but a special being with immense power, unique needs, and the ability to engage in complex interactions, especially after the furnace and endless lament incidents. Their attitude towards Dragon's rest needs to change. Gentleman, an elderly man, began slowly, his voice steady and carrying immense weight. What we are discussing today is not how to control or exploit. Rather, it's about how to establish a completely new, sustainable, mutually beneficial, and long-term relationship with a neighbor. This word set the tone. The term neighbor implies acknowledging its objective existence and relative independence, rather than viewing it as merely a tool or threat. Based on the analysis of all behavioral models, the Dragon Sleep individuals showed us limited tolerance and a tendency to cooperate. Rather than aggression, his needs are clear. His actions are logically sound, and his abilities are of great help to us. Zhang Zhengxing reported, more importantly, there is a huge information gap and power gap between us, making proactively maintaining a good relationship the only wise choice. But his spiritual influence, and the otherworldly creatures it attracts, are all potential risks, a general pointed out. Risks always exist. The key lies in weighing and managing them. Another elderly person spoke up. Compared to the national security benefits it brings, regional anti-pandemic measures, strategic crisis management capabilities, information superiority, and even potential technological inspiration, these risks are currently acceptable and require our active research and management. The meeting lasted for several hours, delving into various details, contingency plans, bottom lines, and expectations. Ultimately, a framework document codenamed Symbiosis Protocol was initially drafted. This is not a legally binding treaty. No one can restrain a god, rather. It is a one-sided promise and gesture, intended to express goodwill and hoping to gain corresponding understanding from the other party. The core framework includes recognition of status. The official organization has formally recognized Longmian as a special being with high intelligence and unique needs, and its codename has been upgraded to God of Zhongshan, granting it the highest level of cooperation authority. Resource guarantee. We promise to continuously provide weird resources that match their preferences and prioritize meeting their needs. Meanwhile, to protect its habitat, a larger area around Zhongshan will be designated as a permanent special control zone, which is ostensibly an ecological red line protection zone. Limited mutual assistance in the event of a major crisis that cannot be handled, such as the furnace or endless lamentation. One can request assistance from the god of Zhongshan and be promised a corresponding reward. Respect and communication. Respect their territory and their families. Do not conduct in-depth exploration without permission. Maintain and upgrade communication channels with the special envoy, viewing them as a formal window for diplomatic interaction. Risk co-management, jointly addressing external threats, foreign forces, and extraterrestrial creatures arising from its existence. At the heart of this agreement is the termination of the initial feeding relationship. It has been formally upgraded to a strategic partnership based on mutual benefit and needs. A few days later, Colonel Lin Wei received her appointment letter and the highest directives from headquarters, as well as a summary of that symbiotic agreement. In less than a year, Her rank rose from major to lieutenant colonel. And now she has reached the rank of colonel. She took a deep breath and straightened her specially made uniform, which had a weak psychological protective function. This was specially prepared for her by the general administration for this meeting. It symbolized a formal attire. With an unprecedented sense of solemnity, she walked step by step toward the core area of the family quarters. The whispers around them seemed clearer than usual, as if they sensed the special nature of this meeting. She stopped in a relatively open space where she could feel his strongest presence, and bowed slightly. He began by conveying the official opinion from the Huxia government in a clear and respectful tone. She did not use any electronic devices, but relied purely on the spiritual connection she established with he. Every key point of that agreement, along with the goodwill it represents, respect, and the expectation of long-term cooperation, should be conveyed to the public in its entirety and with sincerity. He was listening. An agreement, an intention for long-term cooperation. How interesting. Have these tiny humans finally understood something? They acknowledged his status, promised to continue providing food, and were willing to offer help when he needed it. Although Lin Yi wasn't sure how much they could help, he promised to protect his territory. The terms are fairly reasonable, although he doesn't need it. Most importantly, it is in his interest. A stable food source, a relatively peaceful nest, and a group of servants who can help me with trivial matters. Even though they consider themselves collaborators, they adopted a very humble posture, displaying ample reverence and sincerity. He appreciated this attitude. He wasn't particularly concerned with the binding force of the agreement itself. He was more interested in the attitude it embodied and the possibilities for the future. Without these little insects, he would be harassed by countless beings and would have to search for food everywhere. That's so pitiful, he gave a response. There were no complicated thoughts, only a clear, peaceful, and even slightly languid expression of approval. At the same time, a simple image was passed to Lin Wei. A shadow shelters this landscape, where tiny humans and my own kind go about their own business, respecting each other's privacy and even occasionally cooperating. Lin Wei received this imagery and instantly understood its meaning. He accepted it. He endorsed this symbiotic relationship model. She suppressed her excitement and replied respectfully, "We will convey your wills." Daxia looks forward to working hand in hand with His Excellency, the God of Zhongshan. When the news reached headquarters, all the senior executives who were in the know breathed a long sigh of relief, followed by an indescribable surge of excitement. This means that they not only have a strong strategic pillar. Furthermore, through interactions with supernatural beings, they discovered an unprecedented path to relatively peaceful coexistence. Although the road ahead remains full of unknowns and risks, a brand new chapter of cooperation, brimming with possibilities, already begun. Pass the word down, Zhang Zhengxing ordered, a hint of relief in his voice. In internal documents and communications, the codename for Zhongshan has been officially changed to the God of Zhongshan. Yes, the divine name has been established. Volume 2, The God of Zhongshan, end. Book 3, The Promised Land begins. Headquarters of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. A nationwide map is being updated in real time. And unlike before, the dots representing dangerous containment objects are decreasing at a visible rate. Instead, the green zone representing no containment items is steadily expanding as of this month. The communication channels for the first phase of the Dragon Sleep project are functioning well. A total of 329 Class C or higher unpredictable containment objects have been successfully guided and purified. The voice of a data analyst was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Therefore, the number of red containment units nationwide that require long-term investment of manpower and resources to maintain the seal has decreased by 14%. Of these, 82.45% came from the southern Beijing area. There was no other way. Unsustainable transportation was too prone to problems. So naturally, The southern Beijing area had the advantage of proximity. A murmur of surprise and discussion rippled through the conference room. 14%. The significance of this number lies in the fact that countless frontline team members have been freed from the tedious, dangerous and mentally stressful guard duties. It represents a massive saving in resources and funds. And more importantly, a significant improvement in the overall security situation. This means the deputy director, who was chairing the meeting, tapped the table. A hint of relief on his face. At least 10% of our frontline special operations personnel can be rotated out of fixed containment sites and reintegrated into mobile reaction forces and containment teams. The deputy director affirmed in the past. We were the fire brigade gravediggers, guarding the bomb that was bound to explode, but now, with Zhongshan as our strongest backing and ultimate purification center, our strategy can be more proactive. These liberated elite forces will no longer merely respond passively to events, but will be able to take the initiative, search track, and capture those hidden newly emerging, or previously neglected targets. This is an unprecedented opportunity. We can keep more people away from the strange and supernatural. We can also ensure that being receives more food. A rest and recuperation base under the jurisdiction of the Yiguan Bureau in a city south of Beijing. Zhao Gang, a special forces soldier who had just been freed from a 2-year rotation, breathed deeply into the fresh grassy air outside the base, feeling as if he had broken free of some invisible shackles. He took off the heavy sweat-soaked and oppressive protective suit and changed into comfortable casual clothes, sitting with several teammates who had also just finished their rotations at the base restaurant. The coolness of the chilled drinks seemed to seep into our hearts. 2 years I've been guarding that damn thing for 2 years. Zhao Gang took a big gulp of cola, exhaled a satisfying breath as if to expel all the stale air from his lungs, and said, looking at that stuff every day, I feel like my sanity is going to drop to 0. It's finally out, yeah, Gangzi, teammate Li Kaiyan, a female player with a neat short haircut, waved her personal terminal with a relaxed smile on her face. The notification has come down. Our team has been given priority to be assigned to the newly formed patrol sequence. Starting next week, intensive training will be conducted on the new guidance equipment and tracking technologies. She paused, her tone carrying an unprecedented energy. From now on, our core mission will change. It will no longer be about defending a particular stronghold. Instead, they took the initiative, driving vehicles equipped with the latest detectors across Daxia to search for and locate those lurking anomalies. Zhao Gang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the base, which now appeared noticeably emptier and more relaxed. Look. How many brothers have been freed from those dark and dreary containment sites? The medical department's pressure lessened dramatically, and the research and development department no longer had to rack their brains every day trying to patch and reinforce those crumbling seals. What does this mean? Li Kaiyan chimed in, her eyes shining. It means we have more manpower and more resources to clean up those historical issues that we couldn't or dared not touch before. This means we can be more proactive in protecting ordinary people, nipping threats in the bud, rather than waiting for them to erupt and cause casualties before dealing with them. Yes, Xiao Wang exclaimed excitedly. I've heard that the higher-ups are already assessing the situation as the controlled area expands and the pressure on manpower eases. The rotation system for frontline staff will be more reasonable. And perhaps one day in the future, we will truly see that the Eyrie is no longer a sword hanging over our heads. Maybe we can really live a life where we can go on a date without worrying about not being able to come home tomorrow. These words caused everyone to fall silent for a moment, after which a complex yet genuine smile appeared on their faces. That yearning for an ordinary life in the future, which was once a luxury they dared not touch deep in their hearts, now seems to have become a possibility. This change was not a direct gift from any entity, but rather stemmed from a major strategic breakthrough. A method that can completely resolve the strange phenomenon has emerged. This finally allowed these frontline personnel to see, amidst the endless defense and sacrifice, The glimmer of hope for proactively clearing the battlefield and winning the final victory. All right, enough chit-chat, Zhao Gang stood up, clapped his hands forcefully, and pulled everyone's thoughts back to the present. Get familiar with the new equipment and tactics quickly. From now on, we will be the spearhead, the pathfinders. Our mission is to find them, locate them, and create conditions for subsequent purification. Let's try to clear out all the holdout households in our jurisdiction as soon as possible, so that this land can truly be peaceful. Remember, survive and embrace a new life. The crowd responded with a resounding roar, their faces brimming with long-lost vigor and high morale. As they strode toward the training field, the watchmen of Daxia are emerging from the quagmire of passive defense and transforming into proactive cleaners. Their mission remains the same, but the weapons in their hands and the hopes in their hearts are completely different. The road ahead seemed clear and full of light for the first time. Huaxia, a remote small town south of Beijing, late at night. Folklorist Chen Yan was once again jolted awake from that bizarre dream. Drenched in sweat and with his heart pounding. This isn't the first time, since his company physical examination a month ago revealed a rare, slightly benign abnormal electrical discharge affecting the temporal lobe of his brain. His world has become somewhat different, especially sleep. There were no concrete images or clear narratives in the dream. Only endless rolling warm and safe darkness, like returning to the womb, and whispers echoing in the deepest darkness. It was not any known language. Its syllables were distorted and fragmented, containing a complex flow of information far beyond the limits of human comprehension. Each time he listened, his brain felt like it was about to overload and burn. Yet he also strangely felt an indescribable peace and sense of belonging, as if his wandering soul had finally found its anchor. Upon waking, the specific details of the dream quickly become blurred, but the lingering echoes of the whispers remain like a brand deep within his consciousness, bringing a persistent, faint tinnitus and a strange longing, a longing to sink back into that darkness and listen to the chaotic sounds. He saw a doctor, and an MRI showed that his brain was normal, except for the known abnormal electrical activity. The doctor advised him to relax and work less overtime. But Chen Yan knew that wasn't the case. The feeling was so real, so beyond the physical. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and tried to let the cold night wind blow away the confusion in his mind. The small town was quiet, with only a few scattered lights in the distance. His gaze unconsciously drifted eastward. That was the location he subconsciously perceived when he felt the whispers in his dreams were at their clearest. What's there, he didn't know. I felt my heart beat faster once again, filled with a sense of awe and an indescribable longing. Zhongshan Dependence Residence, frontline base of the Foreign Affairs Bureau. The frequency increased by another 0.3 Hz, and the energy ripple pattern tended to stabilize. But the information entropy value remained ridiculously high, making it impossible to analyze, the project leader Li Yun, a capable-looking female PhD, stared intently at the constantly scrolling, complex data stream on the screen, her brow furrowed. This intensa type assistance seemed directional. Weak psychic radiation. It simply defies all the principles of the supernatural as we know them. What was displayed on the screen was the peculiar, whispering vibration emanating from the core of the family compound, which had been closely monitored over the past few weeks. It is formless and intangible, yet its faint ripples can be detected by sophisticated psionic sensor arrays. Has its impact on the surrounding environment and ecology been assessed? Li Yun asked. It's out. Another researcher pulled up the report. Within the territorial organisms, including newly formed families, have shown adaptability, even dependency in this fluctuation. Their growth rate and energy activity significantly increased during the fluctuation period. Wild animals within a 30-kilometer radius of their kinship territory exhibited mild avoidance or agitation behaviors. But no physiological damage was found. 50 kilometers away, the impact almost diminishes to the level of background noise. But Li Yun paused, her tone becoming serious. through indirect data correlation analysis from the National Paranormal Event Monitoring Network. We discovered that a very small number of individuals possess spiritual perception far exceeding that of ordinary people. Or perhaps someone like Chen Yan, whose brain's sensory domain is abnormally sensitive for various reasons, might receive this extremely faint echo of whispers even from thousands of miles away. In dreams or unconsciously, there was a moment of silence in the conference room. Scope Li Yue's voice deepened. Currently, only 7 suspected cases have been found, distributed across different regions of the country, with no apparent geographical pattern. The intensity was so weak it was almost negligible, more like a hallucination or coincidence. Li Yun pushed up her glasses, she said. But considering the source of this fluctuation, a chill ran through everyone. Even the slightest movement from that person warranted the highest level of attention. Immediately add the whispering echo phenomenon to the highest observation list and raise the encryption level to the highest. Zhang Zhengxing decisively ordered. Use all resources to secretly monitor all suspected cases and assess their physiological and psychological changes. In particular, it is crucial to consider whether this will lead to abnormal gatherings, interactions, or worship tendencies. Any form of contact or stimulation is strictly prohibited, and deliberate guidance should be avoided. He looked at the center of the screen, at the dot that represented the core of the family territory, constantly emitting faint ripples. She's gaze complex. We must figure out whether this is an unconscious dissipation of his power. Or she didn't continue. But everyone understood the possibility, some form of proactive communication that transcended comprehension. Deep in Zhongshan Mountain, Lin Yi was immersed in the comfortable feeling of his strength slowly increasing, as if he were soaking in a warm ocean. As he processed what he had gained from the previous experience, the boundaries of his family's territory became clearer in his mind. Those newborn, weak creatures wriggled and darted about joyfully around his will. They were the tentacles extending from this land, the natural byproducts of my power. His thoughts would occasionally reach out unconsciously like tentacles, gently brushing against the barriers of the real world, leaving subtle ripples that even he himself did not consciously notice. These ripples, carrying minute information about his existence, dissipated into nothingness. This is not intentional. Just as stars naturally emit light and heat, he simply exists. The very existence of something is an incomprehensible storm for a tiny receiver whose frequency happens to resonate with it. He sensed those extremely faint echoes from afar, as insignificant as a few specks of dust falling on an endless deep pool. One of them seemed particularly clear. It carried a kind of bewildered red trembling sound. Seeking resonance, that's interesting, but that's all. His consciousness quickly sank into anticipation of more energy and more delicious food. Those distant specks of dust echoed, but were quickly submerged in a deeper ocean of thought. And were not remembered, the whispers continued. Ripples are spreading quietly, London late at night. The once bustling financial district along the Thames is now shrouded in an ominous, grayish-white fog. Inhuman roars and the deafening crashes of collapsing buildings could be faintly heard from within the fog. Searchlight beams swept futilely through the fog, accompanied by bursts of gunfire and occasional bursts of energy. 7th Squad has lost contact. Repeat, 7th Squad has lost contact. Containment breach, we need to evacuate, we need backup. Damn it, there are just too many crying mist angels. We can't possibly kill them all. The communication channels were filled with desperate cries. Inside the command vehicle, Sir Richard, the leader of the Knights of the Round Table, looked ashen-faced as he watched the life-saving lights on the screen go out one by one. They are facing a complex, class-a bizarre incident, the Misty City of Sorrow. It originated from the fusion of several uncontrollable containment objects that went out of control. It once devoured 3 city blocks and killed hundreds of thousands of people. After successful recontainment, it can be stored for a period of time. Its melancholy fog beneath the whole of London has once again been revealed. With just one leak, The fog likely swallowed thousands of people, turning them into weeping fog angels. Does headquarters still have any holy relics available? Richard asked hoarsely. That's all, sir. The Vatican can't help either. The broken sword was used to suppress the vengeful spirits of ancient castles in Scotland, while the holy nail dealt with the water ghosts in the Liverpool harbour. Our manpower and resources are already stretched thin. The adjutant's voice was filled with despair. The frequency of unusual events occurring across Europe has exceeded the limits of what the Knights of the Round Table can handle. Richard slumped back in his chair, the fog of death ever expanding outside the window. A profound sense of powerlessness gripped him. They were like trying to stop a sinking ship by scooping water with a bucket. It was a drop in the ocean, even if we succeed in containing them this time. But what about next time? Has the entire morning fog city erupted? Could it truly turn millions of Londoners into weeping fog angels? If we cry together forever, will we stop feeling sad? He suddenly felt a white mist drift in, and his existence vanished, turning into the mist. He was so sad, I want to cry. Meanwhile in Daxia, along the coast of the East Daxia Sea, the coastal city was brightly lit and bustling with traffic at night. Inside an abandoned shipyard area by the sea, there exists a Class B eerie murder portrait. The exterior is an oil portrait painted on an ordinary canvas. However, any intelligent consciousness that stares at it will be aroused with an extremely strong urge to kill. As the number of intelligent consciousnesses focused on it increases, the urge to kill will be evenly distributed. According to the Bureau of Investigation's preliminary assessment, he wanted to control his murderous impulse. It would require 0 elite special forces soldiers to share the burden. And to be on the safe side, it would be best to expand to 0 trained personnel. If its killing impulse is not shared by anyone for a natural month, it will randomly seek out an intelligent entity in the vicinity to inject the killing impulse into. In the past, the Bureau of Special Administration could never have gathered this many people. Even if we manage to gather enough people, containment will be a problem. What if a serial killer appears inside the base? That would be disastrous. There's no other way but to place it there. Strengthen supervision, and prevent the killer from murdering too many people. Now we have enough manpower if it's contained. It can be sent directly to Dragon's Rest at this moment. 2,000 Special Forces soldiers from all over the country were already in position. But there was no tense firefight, no desperate cries. Duijan glanced at the special detector on his wrist, which displayed encrypted instructions from headquarters. He pressed the communicator button. Command confirmed. Booting begins. The team members quickly retreated, and in an instant all eyes were drawn to the oil painting. 2,000 elite mensum standing on high places, some sitting in airplanes, stared intently at an oil painting. They felt a slight urge to kill rising within them, but they could still restrain themselves. The streets were then blocked off, and the painting was hung on a helicopter in the sky so that all Special Forces soldiers could see it. Finally, it was transported to Zhongshan in this way. Target contained, the operator reported calmly. The team leader nodded and recorded in the task log, Class B Anomaly Murder Portrait. Received and processed by Dragon Sleep. No injuries or collateral damage were reported. He described it casually, as if it were a routine official business. Sometimes dealing with the supernatural is simple. The difficulty lies in containing it. But now everything is so simple. While other countries are still dealing with the leakage of high-risk containment materials, Daxia somehow manages to have the time and manpower to handle this bizarre situation. All of this seems to be a blessing from Dragon's Sleep. Across the ocean, a top-secret video conference is underway. The attendees were the highest-ranking officials in the Lighthouse Anomaly Handling Agency. The atmosphere was so heavy it could be squeezed out of you. Well, that's the situation. The San Francisco Special Operations Team leader wearily showed the devastation in San Francisco. The whole of San Francisco began to rot and stink. Our resources are running out. and containment breaches are becoming increasingly frequent. At this rate, gentlemen, it's only a matter of time before order collapses. We're experiencing the same thing here. The Silent Hill projection has reappeared in the Midwest, and we've already lost 2 entire Delta Force squads. I heard it's the same in Europe. Hundreds of thousands have died in London. A sense of despair was spreading. Ladies and gentlemen, we are losing this war. The vice president, an elderly man with gray hair, broke the suffocating silence with a hoarse voice as he chaired the meeting. Our technology, our proud modern weaponry, appears so pale and powerless in the face of these entities that defy the laws of physics. We can temporarily banish, seal, or weaken them, but we cannot kill them. They will return, they will mutate, they will merge. Our technological progress can no longer keep up with the speed at which these strange phenomena appear. Similarly, our resources are running out. The highest-ranking Special Forces general at the lighthouse, a haggard-looking middle-aged general, slammed his fist on the table. Bottom line, we've already overdrawn our resources. In order to suppress the ancient dream that is about to awaken beneath Yellowstone National Park, we've deployed 3 Class A containment items, one of which is on the verge of going out of control. Then, what you'll see is a wonderful day when multiple strange occurrences erupt at once. Our casualty rate exceeds 70%. 70%, do you know what 70% means? Do you even know? This is not war, it is a slow, doomed massacre. A plague called despair is quietly spreading beyond Daxia. Someone whispered a rebuttal, but Daxia won't. The meeting room fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to the speaker, a female official in charge of intelligence analysis. She pulled up some charts and data that had been heavily blurred, but the trends were still discernible. Based on our limited intelligence and analysis, the incidence and efficiency of handling high-risk abnormal events within Daxia, especially in the last 6 months, present an extremely abnormal contrast. The incidence rate remained stable, but the resolution efficiency, especially for high-level, difficult to completely eliminate abnormal individuals, was close to 100%. Furthermore, there hadn't been a single incident of containment material leakage of Class A or higher in the past 3 months. This is impossible, someone exclaimed, unaware of the situation. How could they possibly do that? Has their technology already? Those in the know seemed thoughtful. They knew what it was: Zhongshan and Existence X. The internal codename within Daxia is Dragon's Sleep. And they only know one name, it's not technology. The female official interrupted him, her voice trembling slightly, at least not entirely. We suspect they may possess some kind of ultimate means that we cannot comprehend. A method that can fundamentally erasure anomalies. She pulled up the last image. A satellite image of the macroscopic energy flow in the southern region of Daxia. Countless chaotic red dots representing abnormal energy are converging from all over Daxia, as if drawn by an invisible force, towards a common location like rivers flowing into the sea. That mountain range labeled Zhongshan appears ordinary on the maps. Then it vanished completely there. They lost too many containment signals that were originally marked as extremely dangerous. They didn't erupt, they didn't migrate. They simply disappeared. The female official took a deep breath. It feels like being swallowed by something. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. On the screen, San Francisco is decaying, forming a cruel and silent contrast with the chart showing Daxia as a pure land. We need help, we must ask Daxia for help. The San Francisco operations team leader looked around, staring at the horrifying images on the screen. No. Those people will demand an exorbitant price. It'll be too much, the cost. Do we even have the right to talk about the cost now? If civilization is gone, what use are those technologies and resources? Are they just meant to be buried with monsters? His words were like a cold dagger, piercing through the last shred of hope. Reality is cruel, they have nowhere left to turn. They've fought against Daxia for 300 years. Are they finally going to bow down to that ancient dragon? Agreed, the lighthouse general was the first to agree. Rubbing his temples wearily, we really have no one left. If things continue like this, the free United States will disappear. We must contact Daxia immediately to discuss a solution. We are open to discussing whatever conditions they propose, as long as they do not violate the bottom line of national sovereignty. We can discuss lifting the blockade on advanced technologies, eliminating tariffs and providing basic resources. Seconded. In desperation, compromise became the only option. A secret diplomatic operation targeting Daxia was quickly put on the agenda. With only one core objective, they would spare no expense to get Daxia to intervene and resolve the most dangerous containment objects within their borders, which were like ticking time bombs. But just as the tone was about to be set, the lighthouse keeper suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning with a light that was a mixture of resentment and madness. We cannot place all our hopes on others, especially not on an entity that we cannot understand or control at all. We don't know what that being in Daxia is. He placed his hands on the table, leaned forward, and scanned everyone present with his gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, think about this. A being that can eat something bizarre, what was that? Was it a god, a demon, or some higher dimensional life form beyond our comprehension? Today it helps us solve strange problems. But what if tomorrow it thinks we're food too? Are we to entrust the safety of the entire planet to an uncontrollable variable? The relationship between the lighthouse and Pandora is similar to that between HIDLD and Hydra. You are in me and I am in you. The two sides naturally share the same ideals. His words were like a bucket of cold water, poured on the hearts of those who had just begun to have a glimmer of hope, bringing a chill to their bones. So what do you mean? The white-haired old man asked in a deep voice. We must walk on two legs, the Watcher said decisively. On the one hand, we must engage with Daxia and utilize their capabilities to resolve our imminent crisis. This is a necessary compromise, but on the other hand, we must devote everything we have to accelerate our own research into the ultimate solution. He pulled up another top-secret document, titled The Statue of Liberty Project, Feasibility Report on Artificial Gods. We analyzed all the indirect data we could collect regarding the Zhongshan phenomenon in Daxia, and all historical records and legends about gods and supreme beings. The Watcher's voice carried a madman's fanaticism. We suspect that a god exists somewhere. The conclusion is that the so-called god may not be unattainable after all. They might be a highly condensed energy aggregate with self-awareness and specific powers, or a superdimensional being capable of interfering with the rules of reality. You mean we should create a god ourselves? The white-haired old man asked incredulously, why not? The Watcher retorted, if nature can give birth to gods, why can't technology? We have mastered the most cutting-edge gene editing technology, quantum entanglement theory, and psionic field resonance model. There are also numerous dangerous containment objects, and wishers exist. We could try fusing gene fragments from the most powerful humans, embedding them into high-risk containment objects, and then igniting them with a massive energy source as divine fire. What we want to create is a guardian angel that is completely obedient to us and belongs to humanity. This is the significance of our lighthouse existence. This is the meaning of our free nation as guardians of humanity. Freedom and dignity must be in our own hands. An uproar erupted in the meeting rooms. This idea is too audacious, too crazy. It could even be called blasphemy, but on the edge of despair. Madness is often more alluring than reason. What about the risks? The white-haired old man asked calmly. How risky is it to create something we can't fully understand or absolutely control? Do you have an assessment of your lighthouse? Of course there are risks, the Watcher said without hesitation. Any technological breakthrough that transcends its time comes with risks. But compared to sitting and waiting for death, or entrusting one's fate to an unknown Eastern evil god, I think this risk is worth taking. At least the Statue of Liberty was born in our laboratory. Its underlying logic is influenced by the programs we write, and its core energy is controlled by us. This is far more reliable than praying for mercy from some unknown being. Voices of support and opposition clashed fiercely in the meeting room. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. Immediately initiate the highest-level diplomatic procedures. Form a delegation and secretly travel to Daxia to negotiate the handling of specific high-risk containment objects, at a huge cost in exchange for Daxia's assistance. At the same time, the lighthouse will concentrate its top scientists and resources to fully promote the Statue of Liberty project and several other similar god-killing weapons or artificial gods projects. We strive to achieve a breakthrough in the shortest possible time and master a power that belongs to humanity and can completely eliminate the supernatural. The meeting concluded in a somber and complex atmosphere. Some saw hope for short-term survival, while others were plunged into deeper anxieties about the more distant future. As the attendees gradually left and the meeting room became empty again, only the disaster images on the screen continued to play silently. Despair breeds compromise, and also breeds usurping ambitions. The desire to seek help from God and the idea of trying to kill or create God took root and sprouted simultaneously in this secret room. Deep within the Zhongshan Mountains in the Far East, that indescribable being still whispers in silence, slumbering awaiting the arrival of its next food. It seems utterly uninterested in the upcoming deal, or in the faint sparks of ambition from afar that attempt to imitate or even surpass it. Or perhaps it already knows everything. Within Daxia, the night is peaceful. Folklorist Chen Heng awoke once again from that dream filled with warm darkness and chaotic whispers. Looking eastward, his heart inexplicably raced, carrying a faint hope that even he himself couldn't understand. The world's balance has begun to tilt. Beijing National Convention Center. The atmosphere was in stark contrast to the bright spring scenery outside the window. It was so heavy it seemed to drip with moisture. On one side of the oval conference table sat the Huxia delegation, led by Zhou Ping, deputy director of the Bureau of Foreign Officials. They were calm and composed. On the other side were representatives from major countries around the world and their advisors on supernatural affairs, each with an unyielding anxiety and urgency etched on their faces. And the beacon of the free United States, the 7th Bureau of the Northern Bear Nation, the Knights of the European Round Table, the Holy Land of Vatican's Sittith Middle East Oil Alliance. The countries where these organizations are located have, over time, faced the same predicaments as the free United States. Or even worse, they have contacted Daxia multiple times. But Daxia has not responded. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, they have come together. Daxia confident enough, is not worried about them uniting together. It can bring them together and offer better terms. Director Zhou, we once again earnestly request permission to visit Zhongshan, even if it's just to the outer observation post. A representative from a European country, a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair, broke the silence, his voice almost pleading. We urgently need to understand how your country achieved that kind of complete purification. This concerns the very survival of our nation, the survival of countless people. We urge Daxia to prioritize the greater good. His words resonated with almost all the foreign representatives present, and low murmurs of agreement echoed in the conference room. Zhou Ping picked up the teacup in front of him, gently blew away the foam, his movements unhurried and deliberate. He put down his teacup and calmly swept his gaze across the anxious faces opposite him. He responded with the same diplomatic rhetoric he had practiced countless times and which was flawless. Mr. William, distinguished envoys, I fully understand your eagerness to resolve this unusual situation. However, regarding the Zhongshan area, it involves my country's highest-level national security secrets and unique national conditions that cannot be replicated. So I apologize that I cannot grant your request for access. There is no room for negotiation on this point. His tone was gentle, but his wording was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze even more. Richard Shaw, the representative from North America, couldn't help but raise his voice. Joe, look at the world outside. The fog in London is still spreading. The sandstorms in the Middle East are hiding man-eating monsters. Our city is falling, our people are dying, and you, Daxia. He pointed out the window to the bustling traffic and peaceful street scene of Beijing, his voice filled with resentment and disbelief. Yet they acted almost as if nothing had happened. Is this fair? Does this align with the spirit of a community with a shared future for mankind? Well, it is precisely because we uphold the spirit of a community with a shared future. Zhou Ping remained unmoved, his tone still steady. We have always shared basic intelligence and response experience within the international framework to a limited extent. But please forgive me. The specific core technologies and methods are our national sovereignty and also our country's ultimate secret. Just like you, would you let us into District 13 to see all your containment devices and technology? Can you please stop your artificial god project? Richard Shaw almost blurted out, yes. But he didn't have the authority. District 13, the lighthouse base, contains the very foundation of their free nation. Artificial gods are their last hope for a free nation. Seeing that the path to visiting Zhongshan was completely blocked, the representatives from various countries exchanged a look of despair. Finally, it was Mr. William who spoke again, almost conceding to the dust. All right, Director Zhou. We understand your country's concerns, therefore. As a second choice, we propose a cooperation request. We hope to transport some extremely dangerous and difficult to handle abnormal entities within our country to your country for handling using your special methods. In return, we are willing to offer your country unprecedented preferential conditions and full support in high-end chip technology, aerospace cooperation, rare mineral resources, and even some financial sectors. The terms on the list were incredibly generous, almost like emptying one's savings in exchange for a slim hope. This touched some members of the Huxia delegation. In the past, East Asian countries like Daxia were connected with countries in Europe, the Americas, and even the Middle East. There was only minimal cooperation. In fact, the relationship wasn't even very good. Because of conflicting interests, no one can tolerate the awakening of a dragon that could threaten the mainstream status of the West. Although there was no direct war, and although there were trades between them, they were always on guard. Now, however, they have put everything aside. Have these once proud nations abandoned their dignity? Zhou Ping did not answer immediately. He needed to consult with his superiors. The meeting was temporarily suspended, and all participating countries returned to await further instructions. Daxia has ample time to act with ease and composure. The headquarters of the Bureau of Alien Defense. The highest decision-making meeting. The atmosphere was serious. The benefits are indeed tempting. When economic officials said first, if we can acquire these technologies and resources, our industrial upgrading can be accelerated by at least 5 years. Well, it may only take 5 years for the people's quality of life to reach the level of developed countries, and for the total economic output to surpass that of free countries. But what about the risks? Director Zhang Zhengxing tapped the table, his brow furrowed, smuggling those high-risk bizarre and largely unknown foreign objects into the country over long distances. What if it gets out of control in international waters? Or right on our doorsteps? The situation domestically has just stabilized. We can't afford such turmoil. The strange occurrences within their country, apart from the cleanup in southern Beijing, haven't been resolved in other areas. Director Li is right. Another security consultant added. And could this be a trap? Using the guise of transporting something strange as a pretext for spying or even sabotage. But if we refuse and allow the strange situation abroad to continue to develop and spiral out of control, ultimately leading to a global catastrophe, the flames of war will inevitably spread to us sooner or later. One strategic analyst disagreed, saying a chaotic, collapsing external environment is also not in our long-term interest. We fear those countries might resort to desperate measures, which is something we must consider. The debate continues. Finally, everyone's attention turned to Lin Wei inside the holographic projection. Given her status 7 as a colonel, she certainly wouldn't be qualified to attend this meeting. Comrade Lin Wei. Zhang Zhengxing looked at the holographic projection of Lin Wei. And then at her, what's your opinion? More importantly, will he accept it? Lin Wei raised her head, her eyes somewhat vacant, as if a part of her consciousness was still connected to that indescribable being, seemingly communicating with Taodi. The god of Zhongshan, known as Taodi, is an important part of their Huxia civilization and can also participate in this supreme meeting. But she represents him. She spoke slowly, her voice carrying a hollow, almost inhuman quality. Having just completed a bizarre A-level feeding, his current mood is calmer rather indifferent. When asked if there was more food, his response was sure. Just make sure the taste isn't too bad. She paused, seemingly trying to translate that idea, which transcended human comprehension into language. In his understanding, there are no contrisno crises, only the types and quantities of food. More food means less hunger, nothing more. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Finally, Zhang Zhengxing took a deep breath and made a decision. Since dragon sleep itself is not exclusive, it is equally dangerous to allow the external environment to deteriorate. Therefore, accepting this cooperation conditionally would be more beneficial than harmful. However, the strictest transportation handover and oversight protocols must be established to ensure everything goes smoothly. At the same time, tell those outsiders that the cost still needs to be discussed. Deep within Zhongshan Mountain, within invisible boundaries, Lin Yi had just devoured a resilient A-grade immortal being. The immense will, like a bottomless ocean, slowly calmed the subtle ripples brought about by feeding. That bizarre rule of eternal immortality is like an ice crystal thrown into a volcano, instantly vaporizing before his origin. It's really chewy. What is it? He was thinking, through the extremely faint mental connection extended from Lin Wei. Those argument swings despair and pleas that took place in the distant conference room, like a blurry image seen through a thick layer of frosted glass. It did not stir any ripples in his shallow consciousness. The rise and fall of humankind, the power struggles between nations, the survival of civilizations. These concepts were distant and insignificant to him. Within his vast and ancient thoughts lingered only one idea. Simple to the extremate, pure to the extreme. What does this taste like? What does it taste like? It's indescribable. What does it taste like? What will we eat tomorrow? What will it be? Sweet, spicy, hard, or liquid? As to whether the main course comes from the east or the west, whether it is naturally occurring or man-made, it makes no difference to him. He just wanted to add more and more food to his recipes. He is Taodi is the end of the world, an ancient god slumbering in Zhongshan. He only thinks about what to eat tomorrow. The negotiations at the Beijing Conference Center, which concern the fate of various countries, finally concluded in a delicate and complex atmosphere. On the Huxia side, after emergency consultations at the high level and confirmation of Longmian's attitude, Deputy Director Zhou Ping announced to the representatives of various countries the principle of conditionally accepting international cooperation, based on humanitarian principles and international responsibility. And in order to maintain basic global stability, we can consider assisting in handling certain non-compliant overseas entities. Zhou Ping's voice, delivered clearly through simultaneous interpretation, reached the ears of every foreign representative, rekindling a spark of hope on their faces, which had been on the verge of despair. However, the following conditions made this flame flicker uncertainly. However, Zhou Ping changed his tone, his voice becoming unquestionable. All abnormal entities applying for processing must undergo a rigorous prior assessment by us. You must provide the entity with complete authentic and unreserved research data sealing records, energy fluctuation spectrum, and all known triggering conditions and rule logic. Only after being reviewed and approved by our Abnormal Entity Risk Assessment Committee Can an entity be added to the pending processing list? He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Before adding the most crucial point, furthermore, all entities approved for processing must be transported to the processing location under absolutely safe conditions by a professional team designated by us, using special containers and transportation processes provided by us. Your personnel are not permitted to approach the core area. This practically handed the initiative completely over to Daxia. From assessment to transportation, and finally to disposal, every step is controlled by Daxia. The representatives from various countries looked at each other, their initial joy replaced by solemnity. This means they not only have to reveal their most dangerous secrets, but also hand over the key to dealing with these dangers entirely to others. Director Joe Zio from the lighthouse began. His face ashen. Isn't this too harsh? We understand your country's security concerns, but providing all the core information and having the entire transportation process under your control makes it difficult for us to explain back home. This involves our country's core secrets and sovereignty. Your dignity versus survival, which is more important? We urge you to weigh the options carefully. Zhou Ping's tone was calm and even, as if he were stating a very simple fact. Alternatively, you can choose to rely on your existing methods. We respect the choices of all countries. His words sent the ball back into the court. A somber silence fell over the meeting room. It's not that they don't want to solve it themselves, but that they are truly powerless to do so. The strange phenomena are increasing at a rate beyond comprehension, and conventional sealing methods are becoming increasingly ineffective. Ultimately faced with harsh reality, representatives from most countries reluctantly accepted the proposal and began preparing to submit information on their most pressing domestic challenges. They hoped that through Daxia's mysterious and unpredictable handling methods, they could buy themselves a chance to breathe. However, some people left the meeting room with faces so gloomy they looked like they could drip water. Inside a highly classified underground facility in Washington. Do you see? They agreed, but on conditions, very harsh conditions. The lighthouse keeper's voice echoed in the empty briefing room, laced with suppressed anger. Completely transparent data. Transportation entirely controlled by them. This is practically handing our lifeline into their hands. When have we ever needed to be so subservient? Seated around the oval conference table were leading figures from the military, intelligence community and top research institutions. The large screen on the wall displayed a replay of the events at the Huaxia Beijing Conference Center, and Zhou Ping's calm and resolute face seemed to carry a silent mockery. The Huxia people possess a power that we cannot comprehend. A bald scientist in a white lab coat pushed up his glasses, his tone somber. They can completely eliminate the supernatural, instead of just sealing or delaying it like we can. The technological gap involved is likely much larger than we imagine. That's precisely why we can't place all our hopes on their unpredictable goodwill. The Watcher slammed his fist on the table. We must have our own trump card. We must possess the same power to completely solve the problem. His gaze fell on a figure sitting in the shadows in the corner. He was a middle-aged man in a black suit with sharp, hawk-like eyes. Was Dr. Smith, the head of the Statue of Liberty Project. Dr. Smith, Harrison said in a deep voice. How is the Statue of Liberty progressing? How much longer do we have to wait, Doctor? Smith slowly raised his head, his eyes behind his glasses gleaming with a mixture of ambition and obsession. General, the core flame of the Statue of Liberty has been ignited. The main structure of the Statue of Liberty has been completed, and the stability of its energy core has increased by 1,200% compared to a month ago. We also studied the genes of 3 individuals capable of fusing with bizarre superhuman traits and successfully embedded them into stable containment devices. He pulled up a top-secret video. It showed the center of a huge, futuristic spherical laboratory, a massive humanoid silhouette composed of alloys, biological tissue sand, some kind of luminous energy veins, floats in midair, with countless robotic arms busily working around it. It exudes a chilling sense of oppression. It is neither a pure living being nor a cold machine, but rather a creation that desecrates the laws of life. It is composed of human genus cutting-edge technology. And bizarre rules give us another year, no 6 months. The Smith's tone was fervent. As long as we complete the final consciousness synchronization and rule loading tests, the Statue of Liberty will become the deity that we Americans uphold and protect for freedom. At that time, we will no longer need to depend on anyone. This world will ultimately belong to us, in fact. If Zhongshan and Daxia were to spiral out of control, it would be those people coming to us for help. A low murmur of discussion arose in the briefing room. Some people's eyes lit up with hope, while others revealed deep worry. This plan to forcibly combine technology biology and fragments of rules to create gods is fraught with risks and uncontrollability that are chilling to contemplate. Speed up the pace. The Watchers finally delivered the decisive blow. We need the Statue of Liberty. We need to prove to the world that the free world possesses the power to protect itself without relying on Eastern mysticism. But at the same time, he then changed the subject. Looking at the official in charge of foreign affairs. Contact with Daxia should not be interrupted. Submit the necessary documents. We need time, and we also need an alternative plan. He gave in again. Human beings are inherently contradictory. Let alone a nation. Zhongshan frontline base, Dr. Li Yun stood in front of the giant holographic projection. Her brows furrowed on the screen. Fragmented clips about the Lighthouse Holy Arbiter project, obtained through special channels, are being played repeatedly. Globalization means that information is also globalized. The massive outline of alloys intertwined with biological tissues, the unstable glow flowing through energy veins, and the distortion and pain caused by the forced fusion of different forces that can be felt even through the screen. The energy readings are extremely unstable, and there are obvious signs of artificial manipulation in the core logic. They even tried to forcibly inscribe the bizarre into the biological matrix. That's insane, Li Yun muttered to herself, her fingers rapidly tapping on the holographic keyboard, bringing up a series of chilling risk assessment data. This is not a stable creation at all. It's a bomb that could explode at any moment. Those lunatics. She took a deep breath and went to find Lin Wei. Deep in Zhongshan Mountain, Lin Wei stood on the edge of that increasingly strange and wondrous territory. Through that increasingly solid spiritual connection, Li Yun's words, along with the blurry image known as the Statue of Liberty, were conveyed to the sleeping being, an immense will. Like a deep sea current gently swept over these messages. The feedback that followed was still one of almost absolute indifference regarding the distant human attempts at creating gods. A mixture of fear, resentment, and transgression. The indescribable being paid no extra attention to those faint sparks that attempted to imitate or even surpass him. Ultimately, it will all return to nothingness. In his ancient thoughts which transcend human good and evil, honor and disgrace, only a simple and eternal rhythm resonates: food. More food. Whether it's a screaming juice or a flying apple. The only difference is in the texture and taste. Which one tastes better suddenly? This thought flashed through his mind for a moment, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Headquarters of the Daxia Special Administration Bureau. National Convention Center. This area has now become the most international and busiest part of the entire headquarters. Diplomats and envoys of different skin colors and dressed in various styles crowded the reception room and corridors. The air was thick with hushed conversations in a mix of languages. An unbarely concealed anxiety, Director Zhou. We submitted our application a week ago, and the seal on the Howling Crypt can only be maintained for a maximum of 3 more days. An envoy from the Middle East was almost pleading. His eyes were heavily puffed up, clearly indicating he hadn't slept well in a long time. Sir, please understand, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Deputy Director Zhou Ping's voice came through the loudspeaker. Calm and even technical assessment route planning. Risk contingency plan, each of these takes time. Please wait patiently for further notification. We will proceed according to the established procedures. Similar conversations are taking place in various corners of the world. Daxia has established an extremely rigorous and cumbersome application process, submitting bizarrely complete information, awaiting initial review, the technical team assessing risks, developing a customized transportation plan, and final approval. At every stage, it may be sent back for re-review. Efficiency was intentionally kept at a reasonable, but by no means fast level. This is to stabilize the world's major powers and prevent them from resorting to desperate measures. Everyone understands for the first time. Representatives of the Western world experience the feeling of being held hostage. In the past, they often took the initiative in international affairs by virtue of their technological and strength advantages. But now, they face a supernatural disaster that could erupt at any moment in their own backyard. One that cannot be resolved by conventional means. They had to lower their proud heads and endure the lengthy process and the almost humiliating passive waiting. They complained and were angry in private, but felt helpless. They could only prioritize submitting the easiest to transport, or the most dangerous, and most suspicious information that was about to be exposed, hoping that Daxia would give them the green light. In this tense atmosphere, the European Round Table Parliament made a decision that drew attention from other powers. They almost laid off in their efforts to completely resolve the core of the sorrowful fog city, a problem they had studied for over 200 years but had not been able to solve, yet which remained relatively stable. It was proposed as one of the first cooperative projects and almost met all the additional conditions put forward by Daxia, with the only goal of getting it done as soon as possible. The lighthouse laboratory, which was cut in line, just wanted to curse. Special cargo transshipment area at an international airport. Amidst the biting cold wind, a giant transport plane emblazoned with the emblem of the Round Table Parliament slowly glided in. The hatch opened and the members of the Round Table Council, led by Lord Arthur, stepped out, their faces grave, guarding a metal crate. What's sealed inside the box is the very core of the morning fog city. A complex entity formed by the intertwining of various bizarre and regular patterns, such as concept locator ghost wall, and swarm of wailing banshees. Its most troublesome characteristic is not its direct destructive power, but its almost unsolvable regression property. No matter where they are sealed away, or even if the City of London is renamed or relocated. Every year on December 4th, it appears precisely in the heart of that conceptual London from the Industrial Revolution era, like an inescapable nightmare that is the heart of Britain, the place where it is Locatides London. This is the strangeness, the strange rules, the strange way it appears. The Round Table Council has spent countless resources and efforts on this issue, but has been unable to eradicate it completely. Lord Arthur watched as one of the squads from the Huxia Dragon Sleep Special Forces Brigade approached. The officer leading the squad, code-named Lynx, was surprisingly young. He took a deep breath, preparing to explain in detail the dangers of the containment object and the special precautions required during transport. Lord Arthur, you must be tired from your journey. Captain Lynx saluted, his tone calm. According to the agreement, we are to take over. He barely glanced at the ominous metal box, simply gesturing to the two team members behind him. The two team members stepped forward and began to examine the seal with practiced ease. Lord Arthur couldn't help but step forward, lowering his voice to emphasize, Captain, this is the mist of sorrow, its rules. Lord Arthur was worried, as this thing posed almost no risk of breaking out in other places. Even if the problem isn't solved, it will return to London on time, he was afraid. Before he could finish speaking, Captain Lynx gently patted him on the shoulder. Captain Lynx's face remained expressionless. He simply nodded, then spoke in a broken local language with a strangely reassuring quality. Relax. Your mission is over. When Captain Lynx saw the exhausted Lord Arthur, thought, politics is politics. But these knights who fought on the front lines against the supernatural deserved his respect. He had many companions just like these knights. Because of the need for secrecy, couldn't say much. But he comforted her by patting her on the shoulder. Lord Arthur was stunned. The tense knights of the Round Table behind him were also stunned. Mission complete. What does this mean? Does it mean the goods have reached their destination or something else before they could figure it out? The seal inspection was completed. The two Huxia team members on each side grabbed the specially designed handles on both sides of the metal box with their bare hands. Rise with a low shout. The heavy metal box rose to the ground, lifted steadily by the two men as easily as lifting a suitcase. Captain Lynx nodded to the still-shocked Lord Arthur. The follow-up procedures will be handled by someone. The mission is urgent. Farewell. After saying that, he led the team members who were carrying the boxes, walking steadily and quickly towards the helicopter waiting in the distance, leaving the Round Table Council members standing there, looking at each other, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. What they considered a major threat, something that required all their efforts to barely control, seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary commodity that needed to be delivered to their door in the hands of the other party. Is it really that easy to do this? Don't let it get away. Zhongshan family compound, feeding platform no one. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Qi looked at the metal box that was placed steadily in the center of the platform and listened to the Lynx team's report of safe delivery over the communicator, his face remaining completely expressionless. He followed the standard procedure, activated platform protection, and verified the information. Record: the core containment unit of Morning Fog City has been received and is ready for feeding. Based on energy assessment, and following the S level of bizarre procedures. As the command was input, the metal box unlocked layer by layer dissipated, and revealed the core inside. A mass of countless gray-white faces churning within, permeated with low sobs and damp mist. However, this terrifying scene, which would freeze the mind of any perceptive person, seemed somewhat powerless in the unique atmosphere of the Zhongshan family compound. The fog had just spread when the wails began, and they froze instantly, like ice cubes thrown into boiling water, revealing an instinctive extreme fear. The shadows beneath the platform silently spread upwards, transforming into a dark portal that devoured everything. There was no struggle, no resistance, not even a process. The morning fog city that plagued Europe for 2 centuries was like a wisp of smoke swept away by a strong wind. Within 3 seconds it was completely extracted, swallowed up, and disappeared into the bottomless darkness. The platform returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Zhang Qiu, without changing his expression, confirmed on the electronic record board, feeding complete. Target cleared, no residue. Deep within the Zhongshan family compound lies an indescribable will. When the morning fog city was completely swallowed and decomposed by the shadows, the complex flavor it contained was like a pebble thrown into a still lake, rippling out a circle of subtle waves in Lin Yi's vast and ancient perception. The first thing that surged up was an intense, almost overwhelming damp chill and coal smoke smell, typical of the early industrial revolution Thames, mixed with the silent sighs and despair of countless working-class people, as if swallowing the entire gloomy sky of foggy London in one gulp. The flavor is heavy, thick, and has a rusty, creamy taste. Next comes the spiritual remnants left behind by those wailing banshees. Not pure sorrow, but a kind of obsession and resentment solidified and distorted by the long passage of time, like inferior wine. The most peculiar thing is the sense of spatial dislocation that arises when the conceptual locator and the ghost wall rules are forcibly broken and absorbed. It's as if while chewing, you occasionally taste a trace of the food itself, much like the texture of a compressed biscuit. All this chaos, contradictions, and even some spoiled ingredients rushed in all at once. Lin Yi's sea of consciousness rippled slightly, not because it was unbearable, but because the combination was simply too peculiar. Wailing Banshee and Ghost Wall are both tasty ingredients. So why do they taste like this when combined? His taste buds, which transcend human understanding, carefully discern these information flows. and ultimately a metaphor, both extremely apt and extremely ominous, which was accidentally captured in human memory, surfaced in his thoughts looking up at the starry sky. The flavor profile is too complex and somewhat chaotic. The energy content is acceptable, but the taste is unpleasant. Is this what Western food is like? A detached conclusion was formed, and through that invisible connection, like a gentle breeze blowing across a lake, it reached Lin Wei's heart, looking up at the starry sky. The moment Lin Wei received this thought, she froze. She subconsciously imagined the scene, then recalled the churning cloud of mist, filled with countless wailing faces, that had just been swallowed up. Her stomach twitched slightly, and her expression turned extremely strange. That person's metaphors about food are becoming increasingly abstract, pushing the limits of human understanding. She silently noted down this comment and decided not to delve into its specific meaning for the time being. For example, are the eerie flavors of the East and West truly the same? I just have a vague feeling that from now on, seeing any food with a fish head might evoke some unpleasant associations, deep within the territory of their kins. That indescribable being had already cast aside this minor distraction. The vast consciousness once again fell silent, leaving only an eternal anticipation for the next food. Folklorist Chen Yan felt he was going crazier rather. He already was. For 3 consecutive months, that dream haunted me. It's not a specific image, nor a clear sound, but a feeling. A boundless, viscous darkness and silence that seemed to absorb and dissolve his very soul. In that dream, he felt as insignificant as dust, floating beside a vast and incomprehensible existence. There was no fear, at least not in the usual sense. Instead, there was an awe that almost froze the soul, and a strange sense of insignificance, as if being watched by some ineffable grandeur. Upon whacking, the feeling doesn't completely disappear. Instead, it lingers on the edge of consciousness like tinnitus. He began to be sensitive to light and sound, and occasionally saw distortions in the air that were not there. Like ripples on water, you will hear a low, indistinct echo that does not originate from the physical world. He went to see doctors, both a psychologist and a neurologist, and the results showed that everything was normal. His colleagues thought he had become withdrawn and eccentric, and his family worried that he was under too much stress. Only Chen Yan himself knew that something had changed. It was as if a barrier of cognition had been forcibly torn away, allowing him to glimpse a cold, vast corner behind the curtain of reality. A corner that cared nothing for him. He didn't know if he was cursed or chosen. He dared not tell anyone, and could only struggle with increasing mental exhaustion and inexplicable panic. He perused countless ancient books and fragments, from the mythical beasts in the classic of mountains and seas to the spirits in tales of the strange and supernatural. From the ghosts and gods behind new opera masks to the distorted images of deities in paintings of water and land from various regions, trying to find a corresponding counterpart for this feeling. But he found nothing. What he sensed was far older, colder, and more vast than anything recorded in any document. It was a kind of presence that was almost the rule itself, indifferent, grand, devoid of any good or evil. Its mere existence was enough to crush ordinary perceptions. He got off work late today and, as usual, dragging his tired body and mind, he walked towards the dimly lit alley leading to his rented apartment. Just as he reached the middle of the alley, a cold chill, carrying a strong sense of malice and decay, suddenly assailed him from behind. He turned around abruptly, his heart almost stopping. Under the lamplight at the alley entrance, a distorted, shapeless shadow was slowly coalescing. It resembled a writhing mass of asphalt, or an aggregate of countless tormented faces, exuding a nauseating stench and an atmosphere of despair. A strange thing, it spotted Chen Yan, let out a non-human hiss that sounded like fingernails scraping glass, and then pounced on him like an arrow released from a bow. Chen Yan's mind went blank, run away. His legs felt like lead, call for help. His throat felt constricted, he couldn't make a sound. He could clearly feel the malice contained within that shadow. a malice that seemed intent on tearing his soul apart. Despair, like icy water, instantly overwhelmed him. Just as the foul-smelling shadow was about to touch his forehead, deep within Chen Yan's collapsing consciousness, he grasped at the last straw like a drowning man. Instinctively, he used all his strength to shout out a name that even he himself had never clearly defined. The End Lord of Devouring, save me! No sound came out. This was merely the deepest, most desperate cry from the depths of his consciousness. However, a miracle, or rather, a response far beyond his comprehension occurred. Deep within Chen Yan's collapsing consciousness, there was a whispering background sound that had persisted for 3 months, coming from an unknown entity. As if stimulated by this external malice, it produced an extremely tiny, almost imperceptible ripple. It wasn't Lin Yi who took action, nor was it even something he consciously paid attention to. It was completely different from what happened with Lin Wei, like a sleeping giant unconsciously turning over, causing a slight tremor, like a tectonic shift at the bottom of the deep ocean, stirring up a tiny ripple on the surface. Like the rays of the sun, this unconscious whisper ripple, originating from that magnificent existence, pierced through the veil of reality and just happened to pass by Chen Yan's location. And because of the uniqueness of his soul, it created ripples of resonance. The effect is immediate and absolute. The eerie shadow that lunged at Chen Yan made contact with this ripple echo the moment it touched him. Like snowflakes thrown into a steel furnace, they didn't even have time to scream before their very existence was erased from the conceptual level. Without light or sound, it vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Along with all the chill and stench it brought, the alleyway returned to its previous darkness and silence. Chen Yan collapsed to the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. He stared incredulously at the empty alleyway ahead. What just happened? His keen, long-cultivated senses captured that fleeting cold and vast ripple. Its heat, it really is he. The relief of surviving the ordeal was quickly replaced by a deeper sense of awe. He touched his forehead, where he had almost been touched by something strange. But now there was nothing there. No, it's not that there's nothing at all. He subconsciously looked down at the outline of his own shadow, at the corresponding spot between the shadow's eyebrows. He seemed to see an extremely faint trace of darkness, as if it had been slightly stained by that ripple. But the feeling was fleeting. And when he looked again, there was nothing unusual. Is it your afterglow? He whispered, his voice trembling as he spoke to the air. He didn't even dare use the word save, as that would be too presumptuous. There was no response. The night breeze blowing from the alley entrance no longer seemed icy cold. The faint lingering chill of that grand, whispering aura in the air gave him an unprecedented, distorted sense of peace. He survived. It wasn't due to luck, nor was it due to himself. It was due to the ripples unintentionally emitted by the existence, in his dreams, that he had been passively listening to for the past 3 months. The fear subsided and a burning, almost insane belief ignited within him like wildfire. He no longer doubted his senses, and no longer thought he was crazy. That was a real, indescribable, and powerful deity. And he, Chen Yan, is perhaps in this world, in his knowledge. This was the only mortal who could faintly perceive his whispering. He struggled to his feet and straightened his disheveled clothes. His eyes were no longer lost and weary. Instead, they shone with an almost obsessive, unwavering light, as if he had found the ultimate meaning in life. The identity of a folklorist now takes on a new meaning he must seek, understand, and record, even if it's just a fragment accidentally scattered by that great being. It's worth dedicating his life to deciphering. He bowed deeply and reverently to the empty alley and to the place where the ripples had swept across. "Thank you for your legacy," he murmured, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement and devotion. "I will be your humblest recorder, your most whispered listener from this moment on." Chen Yan was no longer a folklorist who passively endured troubles. He is the listener of the whispers and the witness of the ripples. He was self-proclaimed the first pilgrim heading towards the end of the world. The Lord of Devourings. Top floor of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. Inside the strategic analysis room. The air was so heavy it was almost freezing. Seated around the oval conference table were the core senior executives of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, as well as several top scholars in related fields who had been urgently summoned. Several satellite photos and data analysis charts are being displayed on the huge holographic projection screen. The target is a folklorist named Chen Yan, and his recent unusual destination, Melting City. While Chen Yan was seeing a doctor, he was noticed by the omnipotent extraordinary tube. His resignation now is such a bizarre move. It clearly defies common sense. He went to Molten City. A middle-aged official wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a serious expression tapped his fingers heavily on the table. He was Wang Jinlei, the head of the Internal Security Department. We've caught his movements. This is no coincidence. He must have discovered something or been lured there. His power was only displayed in two places, the Melting City and the ruins of Jiangsu City. His voice was filled with barely suppressed anxiety. We must intervene immediately. Take control of Chen Yan and conduct a thorough investigation. No one knows how that being will react to his unauthorized contact and exploration. What if we anger he, offended, sitting opposite him? Zhang Zhangxing, the head of Project Dragon's Rest, spoke slowly, his voice steady. Director Wang. Based on all the data we have and the performance of Mr. Longmian, no god of Zhongshan so far, he shows almost absolute indifference to our individual human actions, especially this trivial quest. As long as it doesn't threaten its own territory or its dependents, and doesn't violate the basic principles of transaction, he won't even bother to pay it a second attention. He paused, then looked around at everyone. The core of our discussion now should not be how to control a scholar who might benefit from misfortune and develop special perceptions. Rather, it's about how to assess this phenomenon and its potential impact. Director Lei, I understand what you mean. Wang Jinlei took a deep breath, but the risk is too great. We are cooperating with a supreme being that we cannot understand or control. Every step must be taken with extreme caution. To allow an ordinary person to spy on him, or even to believe in him, is tantamount to playing with fire at the edge of a powder keg. How can the fate of our Huxia nation be entrusted to such uncertainty? But what if he acquiesces to our faiths? Our actions would be even more likely to anger him. Because we are dealing with a deity. Haven't we learned enough from the past? We must be cautious in everything we do. We should especially avoid taking any action against his followers. Accepting belief in him, that's even more dangerous. It shows he's spiritually polluting our Huxia people. We should stop it. And what about those strange occurrences? And what about the current situation? A murmur rippled through the meeting rooms. Walking with God brings not only strength, but also a deep-seated fear and unease. Just then, a clear and calm female voice rang out, breaking the slightly dull atmosphere. Perhaps we shouldn't simply view this phenomenon as a risk. All eyes turned to the speaker, Drli Yun, now the chief scientific advisor for the Dragon Sleep project. She adjusted her glasses and brought up a new data model on the holographic screen. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at our latest analytical model, which combines psychology information theory and the energy radiation characteristics observed from the god of Zhongshan. Li Yun's voice carried the rationality characteristic of a scientific researcher. We have always regarded the spiritual whispers and power radiating from he as pollution or side effects. However, Chen Yan's case, and our long-term contact with some internal personnel, such as the changes in Major Lin Wei's physiological and psychological data, suggest another possibility. She pointed to a complex energy flow diagram and an abstract anchor point model on the screen. This might not be pollution, but rather a blessing. They not only raise the mental threshold, but also have other effects, which I call the anchor of faith theory. Li Yun made a startling statement. The consciousness of such an ancient and powerful being as the god of Zhongshan is beyond our imagination. His dissipated power and unconscious spiritual fluctuations are, in themselves, a powerful manifestation of divinity for the tiny individuals who can perceive them. This is what we call spiritual pollution and faith, or rather this active connection based on profound understanding and experience. She emphasized can form an anchor point. According to our research, the only thing the god of Zhongshan currently needs is the strange food. We can tentatively call this divinity. The instinct of the gods. These emotional connections that the perceiver can spontaneously form, directed towards him, are simply referred to as the power of faith. If there is enough power of faith, it might give him a sense of familiarity with humanity, like anchors representing humanity being cast into an endless, dark ocean perhaps for him. This sense of familiarity is of no use. It is merely wishful thinking on our part, but for us humans, this is very important. Even the slightest bit of goodwill is incredibly precious. If he is a glutton, he can devour anything. That should also be able to devour our faith, therefore. For the safety of Daxia, we should have faith in him and make our faith his anchor. This gives him a slight chance of standing on the side of us familiar humans. Whether it's true or false, all we humans can truly offer him is our own faith. Li Yun uttered a mad scientist's outrageous statement. God may never need believers, but we humans, in this strange situation, need a God. If there are enough believers, will a great God bestow blessings upon the ants at the doorstep? Of course, there are deeper things that Li Yun hasn't explained yet. Such as these words stunned everyone present. Do gods not need believers, but they need gods? Absurd. Wang Lei was the first to object. He almost slammed his fist on the table. Dr. Li, you mean we not only shouldn't stop them, but we should even encourage people to believe in he. To entrust the safety of the nation to such a vague and unreliable anchor theory. This is simply playing with the fate of the nation. Look at the monsters the United States of Liberty has created with their Statue of Liberty project. That was a god they had tried to create and control by exhausting their national resources. And the result, according to our intelligence, it went out of control 5 times, causing 3 disasters. What we are facing is a true, ancient evil god whose nature we know nothing about. Allowing faith to spread unchecked could have unimaginable consequences if it gets out of control. Director Wang, please calm down, Li Yun calmly retorted. I did not say that I would encourage or let it go. What I mean is we need management and guidance. It's better to guide than to block. Chen Yan's emergence proves that. With the intangible spread of the god of Zhongshan's influence, more sensitive individuals or speculators like him may appear in the future. Forcibly suppressing and blocking it might push it in an uncontrollable direction, or even genuinely anger that being due to improper handling. She looked at Zhang Zhengxing and the other senior executives. Conversely, if we can intervene proactively, in a gentle and discreet manner, this spontaneous belief or research should be guided towards rationality. Order and what is beneficial to the nation, for example. It can be incorporated into a controlled observational research framework. Or it could be guided to develop into a potential cultural phenomenon that emphasizes protection and order rather than blind worship. This might turn a passive situation into an active one, and could even strengthen our connection with the god of Zhongshan. This will make them more close or accustomed to the land of Daxia, to make he more familiar with his people. Like a group of ants facing a giant, even a single grain of sugar offered to them is insignificant to him. But that giant would instead bestow even more blessings. A deeper silence and reflection fell over the meeting room. Li Yun's theory is undoubtedly bold, even somewhat unorthodox, but it offers a completely new and highly enticing perspective. Instead of fearing that uncontrollable force, we should try to understand God, and even utilize its operating rules. Moreover, Chen Yan is definitely not an isolated case, and they could not possibly block his followers. Risks and opportunities coexist. Zhang Zhengxing finally concluded slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Director Wang's concerns are a necessary wake-up call. While Dr. Lay's theory has opened up new avenues of thought for us, the faith anchor theory has not been proven and remains only a hypothesis. Regarding Chen Yan's, the focus for now is on observation and protection, with no intervention unless absolutely necessary. Simultaneously, a special task force, led by DRLI, was established to conduct in-depth research on the anchor of faith theory and assess its feasibility and risk management strategies. He stood up high's voice steady and powerful, "Gentlemen, we are embarking on a path never before seen. Fear and conservatism cannot lead us to the future. What we need is the utmost caution, and the courage and wisdom to match it." With other senior executives approving. The meeting adjourned, the debate has temporarily ended. But the ripples from the clash of ideas are only just beginning to spread. How to coexist with an evil god has become a new challenge for these guardians of Daxia.